Thanksgiving.
Yeah, those two are
I
the
just
same
started
show.
watching Insecure.
Oh, Insecure is good.
I just started watching it. I'm only in season 2.
Really?
Just started
Insecure.
watching it. Yeah.
You didn't buy into the hype when it was on?
No.
Oh, I
I'm usually
did.
like that. I'll
I
buy into the
did.
hype after. I'm like, okay, I'll watch it
Yeah,
after.
I'm like that with Snowfall. I have not watched it.
I
I
have
haven't
not
watched
watched
Snowfall
Snowfall
When
yet, or
Snowfall
BMF.
started, what was that show? The Cartel.
The Shy?
No, the Latino lady that was
Oh, the Queen of the South.
Oh
Queen of
yeah.
the South was
Yes.
ending, and I had to finish that out. I didn't get a chance to get into Snowfall.
I gotta go back to Snowfall because after that man got butt raped, I had to.
I know. You know what? I couldn't take
I was
that.
like, this ain't for me.
I never went back. I never went back after that. It was too much for me.
That was intense.
I couldn't do it.
I'm gonna go back and watch it though, but I gotta get over that. He looks so sad.
I'm just now getting into stuff. I just started watching Walking Dead.
Yeah,
I don't watch
can't get it
that.
out either. Like the movie is good enough. I can't do that.
I'm
horror
only in
anymore.
season 8, I think, or 9. I just started watching this stuff. Like
Another thing is on Netflix. Y'all know how they have those, I guess, English movies.
Mm-hmm. I love those. Those are my favorites.
Right. So, like the writer, I think it's like I'll get the book, but anyways, he has books and they've made them into like mini movies. So those are always good. And then of course the African movies.
Nollywood. I love a good Nollywood.
And the shows.
Okay.
They're so cheesy and corny, but I love them.
It is like I can't.
I've seen them a little bit, but I never really got into it.
Just watch one, and then you'll be hooked.
Okay.
So
we gotta watch a lot better, but they used to be corny as shit.
Yeah, they were.
They used to be so bad.
But I need y'all to please watch They Clone Tyrone.
Yes.
And we'll talk about it before next show next week because that is amazing. I believe it is so true. I honestly believe that art imitates life. I believe that. Yeah. And so we watch movies that resonate with you. It's because it literally is real life, whether you see it in your face or not. It actually happens.
Good evening, Crystal.
Hey.
I don't think any of these movies you guys reference I'll be watching. Would you recommend these movies for me?
Yes. They Clone Tyrone.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
They don't have cable. Nobody has cable.
Let's qualify this. What's your favorite movie of all time, Asia?
I don't have one. I love movies. I'm a movie buff.
What's your favorite movie of all time?
That I've watched multiple times. I love Spike Lee. So anything Spike Lee, like I love Crooklyn. I love Alex. Crooklyn is a movie.
That's your favorite movie of all time.
I mean, that I've watched multiple times. If you're making me pick one, then yes, I love Spike Lee's movies. But I've watched a lot of murder mysteries too. I love all Agatha Christie.
What's your favorite movie of all time?
She said Crooklyn.
Yes, you're making me.
Bro, what's your favorite movie of all time?
Coming to America.
Are you fucking Nay? What's your favorite movie of all time?
Poetic Justice and Brown Sugar.
What's your favorite movie of all time?
Brown Sugar.
Poetic Justice would be my number one.
Dana?
300.
That's a good one too.
Of all time?
If you're gonna make me choose, because I don't like choosing, I have like a whole Mount Rushmore and then like 10 more after that. But if you're gonna make me choose right now in this moment, I'm gonna say 300.
Yeah, that's in my top 5. Yep.
You think now let me ask you a question.
What?
After the movies in which you guys named, you think that your opinion is valid on what to watch on Netflix?
What's wrong with Poetic Justice?
Poetic Justice is not good.
That was so good.
No, it was a terrible movie, but I love it.
Because I love Regina King because she was ratchet.
The 90s was full of really bad movies. You know what? Me and my friends, we did a Spike Lee thing last year. We watched not new Spike Lee, but we started from the very beginning. Watched every Spike Lee joint for a year, and I'm like, yo, these are so fucking bad. They're so poorly written.
Not all of
the
them.
acting is absolutely terrible, but I love them. But I also love B movies. I like bad movies.
Me too. I like B movies too.
I mean, look, this is a joke.
Baps.
Like you guys don't give nobody
there's a lot of range there.
And I like The Devil Wears Prada. That's my other favorite.
And I
I
like
love
The
that.
Last Dragon. The Last Dragon is my second.
Stop
talking for a sec. Here's some good now.
Those
corporate
are.
couture.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
love The Long
Yes.
Kiss
Thank
Goodnight.
you for
That
name-
is
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god! Now you guys love real movies. Get the fuck. Put them in the bathroom.
I don't think I've seen The Long Kiss Goodnight.
No, you haven't. You seen
With
Babs.
Gina
I don't think
Davis
I've
and
seen
Sam
that.
Jackson. Oh
Hold
my
on,
god.
hold on. But you seen Babs, huh?
Yeah, I seen Babs.
Exactly, man. Come on, stop. Oh my god,
That was a
man.
good
Two
call.
really good
I
movies.
love The Long Kiss Goodnight.
Yes, The Longest Night was
I used
really
to be a
good.
huge Gina Davis fan, but she doesn't do anything anymore.
You know who
Look
my
at
favorite
that.
movie? No. I'm revising my answer. The Usual Suspects is my all-time favorite movie. The Usual Suspects.
What about
Stop.
Scarface then?
And now you know what I hate. Now Dana's trying to name drop like she know the actors in The Long Kiss Goodnight.
I love Gina Davis, and I also love Samuel L. Jackson. He's my favorite actor.
After she done picked one of the. I mean, come on, man.
I didn't
Stop.
Google it.
And then Coming to America. Bro, your opinion is done.
That's my favorite movie.
Hey man, give Eddie Murphy.
And the second one is The Last Dragon.
Huh?
The second one is The Last Dragon. I like karate movies. You know why? Me and Love were just talking about this. When my mother was alive.
Hey man, everybody, welcome to the Woman's P.O.V. on Tuesday. Everybody make some noise, man. Maybe Rose calm down. Yeah, she looked calm. All right, awesome, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Camp, what's your favorite movie?
Ro, my bad. I feel bad. Ro, what were you saying?
Nothing.
My favorite movie is Goodfellas, a real movie.
Every man likes Goodfellas.
That's a good movie.
It is.
What about Usual Suspects, though, man? That movie is everything.
Whatever. Who's
you don't
in
like
it?
Kung Fu movies? You don't
Kevin
like
Spacey. Kevin Spacey, sir. What you talking about?
I can't believe you don't like Kung Fu movies. What's that about him?
I like Kung Fu movies.
You like Ip Man?
Nah, that Wing Chun shit don't work in real life. That shit, you ever hit somebody like this? That shit looks stupid as hell. That shit don't hurt. Punch the shit out your face. You doing that slapping shit. Hey man, let's shout out the chat real quick. Here for the tea was popping. Angry Snowman in the building. The Goonies, Goonies. That's what's up. Official stats was good. Pulp Fiction and Training Day. Yeah, I think those are good one. 777 already on the job. I appreciate you. He said become a member. Hit the Cash App. Yada yada yada. And I agree with this. It is not a great movie. It's not. But the story from nothing to something is what we gravitated towards in the 80s, right? I think that's what the key was. You know what I mean? Yeah. But they used a goddamn Italian. They couldn't find one Cuban motherfucker to play that role. You know what I mean? Yeah,
y'all know what the first
Chris, I don't y'all just hold on. Can I shout people out or y'all just
sorry.
Just put the alcohol down, man, please. Crystal was good. A said Mo Better Blues. I feel like I don't know. Yeah, no, Mo Better Blues or Devil in the Blue Dress? Are he in both?
He's in both.
Yeah. All right, cool. I don't know. I don't think Scarface is amazing. 777. Yeah, everybody definitely become a member, man. You know. But Love was popping.
What's good? Happy Tuesday. I'm happy to be here. I love talking all things movie and culture and arts. This is a good start.
Indeed. And no, first off, you ain't that cultured. Come on now.
I'm very cultured in real life. You know it. You know what it is.
Don't play. You live at?
Don't play with it.
You know where you live at, nigga?
I'm sorry. Shut up. I go in my neighborhood to be cultured.
You know where you from? Get the fuck out of here. Miss Nay was good.
What's up, y'all?
Don't you dare mention you being cultured. Don't even go there.
Why can't I be cultured?
You from the Bronx.
Thank you. I have Bronx culture. Thank you. I was just back home this weekend.
You need somebody back. I ain't even gonna say it, but I know a chopped cheese to get them draws dropped back in the day. I don't want to get a pizza, man. That's it. Dana was good.
What's up, fool?
It's so crazy.
Happy to be here. I gotta say, I was really, really tired before we got on, but you guys gave me some energy with this convo, so I'm ready for the show.
That's it, man. That's what we here to do for each other, man.
Yeah,
Man,
absolutely.
forehead shiny. Ro, what's good?
What's going on?
Hey, shit, everything's everything. How you?
I'm good.
Indeed, my bad, bro. Go ahead. Nah, on jokes aside, what were you trying to
No,
say?
seriously, do y'all know what the first?
Do you have to be such an asshole?
Yes, he does.
This might be risky, man. Women's POV. We are here, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Please click the links, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Mike Brown with the 20 ball. Get her a piece of, man. That's it. That's all you gotta do, man. Come on, man. Ain't not sophisticated about the Bronx, man. You shit me? They don't even want to gentrify that piece of shit, borough.
They sure enough gentrified my old projects. I was tight. I ain't like it.
Nah, word. Shout out to the Bronx. All that, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. Help the channel the most. We intend to have a good time today, you know what I mean? But we shall see. So, what we're gonna discuss today is men's standards. We actually tried to broach this with the mixed panel, and Gunny fucked it up. He usurped the question.
Always
Started talking about something else that didn't quite pertain, and everybody followed him down that rabbit hole. Listen, man, you can't drop this toy.
I told you about Baltimore.
But shout out to Gunny. So the question I kind of posed, and I can't quite remember because it was so well set up, and we just went totally off base. But are men's standards too low, and do they need to be reassessed? Right. So what that means is, what do men often rank highly in what they're looking for from a woman? What do you guys hear on the panel? What have you heard me say? What's the answer to that question? Go ahead, love.
Looks. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dan.
I said looks, fertility, and I forget the other one. It's 3 of them though.
Agreeable or being able to be controlled, basically.
It can be puppet mastered.
So I was wondering, right? Look at the results we getting, right? Men and women coming together. The divorce rate's super duper high. It could be one of two things. It's because these women don't have these traits, or do we really need to reassess what it is that we deem valuable in a woman if we're going to start getting along and getting remarried like we used to? So should we reassess, or should we continue on looking for these particular things as our top 3 or 5, right? There might be some debate, but overall, you guys would agree that's what men always say. Do we need to reassess that, or are men still on par and women need to get back to that?
I think it needs to be and I think it needs to be reassessed by men, because we hear submission a lot on these platforms. Want a submissive wife and whatnot, but are you able to lead? And so how can you ask for a submissive wife when you don't know how to lead, or you aren't able to lead? And you're not able to lead because, how have you healed? How have you raised yourself up? How have you matriculated in life to show your case of yourself as a leader? So you can't, no one's going to follow after a nincompoop or a numbskull. It's not going to happen. And men don't realize you give off that energy. So you give off alpha leadership, strong energy, or you give off the opposite. And that's what you attract. So if men are attracting these low vibrational women, these chicken heads and whatnot, they should get the man in the mirror and figure out how they need to realign themselves.
What's a chicken head?
That's why I was laughing, because she took it all the way back with chicken head.
because those points can be contrary to some of the things we champion today and age. So what's the chicken head?
Well, let's not use the word we, right? Because we're not a monolith. So I'm not going to say we champion chicken head. So what right now I think chicken head is now a thought, right?
What's the thought then?
That hole over there.
Like,
The thoughts, like,
But
the behaviors you're saying?
Well, so like, what's the thought though? Because I feel like we also want women to be able to sexually explore and be liberated too.
Yeah, but and I didn't know that I wanted that. I've never heard men on this panel say that.
No, I'm saying us. We sit, we're us. I'm just saying us. But I heard women say that women are now been able to tap into that. So now, what's the thought then?
Oh. I mean, a thought is a woman that's loose in the pants, like she's giving it to everybody. She has no morals, no boundaries, no standards. But women, however, women are allowed to know what they want sexually and be empowered by their sexuality. That does not mean you have to give it up to anything and everything that winks their eye at you. And so it's a dichotomy. And I think that men are so elementary and pedestrian in the way they think, and they don't understand the layers of this. I can be empowered by my sexuality, but not give it up to everything that walks past with a pole.
Well, what makes men so pedestrian though? What would a man say in terms of how a woman uses her body be pedestrian? Like, how does that manifest?
Me saying that I am empowered by my sexuality. Me saying that I embrace my sexuality. A man will automatically assume that I'm a hoe. That's not what that means. Is what I'm saying. That's pedestrian, elementary in their way of thinking.
So this channel has 80% men watching. So what does that mean when a woman says it then? Like she's embracing her sexuality or empowered by it? What does that mean?
Well, I can define it for myself. So in the bedroom with my man, I'm free. You know, there's trust there, and I'm free. I'm not hindered by a woman shouldn't, enjoy different positions. A woman shouldn't, be a little bit aggressive in the bedroom. Like I'm not hindered by those types of, feelings. A woman being empowered or embracing her sexuality, meaning she doesn't feel she has to have the flattest stomach in the world to be sexy. She has to have the biggest boobs to feel sexy. That's what I'm talking about, embracing your femininity and embracing your sexuality. So it's all like a mindset, a healthy mindset about your body, healthy mindset about your physical traits.
I don't know. That shit felt a little bit like a word salad.
It's not. If you don't understand, just say you don't understand. I repeat myself or try to do it more clarity.
No, I'm not saying repeat. I'm just saying it just sounds like just stuff put together, and then you go like this, and it's a word salad. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, bro.
To answer your question, I think they need to be reassessed because many of the men on here have discussed, the negative experiences they've had with women. They don't take accountability. If they do something, they pout. Like my thing is, if you're dealing with this, if you are having the same reaction to women you're dealing with, you might need to reassess who you need to be dealing with, right? So if you're dealing with a certain type of looking female and all of them pretty much look the same, they're all acting the same, you might need to reassess who you're attracting or who you're coming to. And I think that is the reassessment.
Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. How do you successfully identify an alpha male or leader with so little around / available? Interesting.
I got a daddy.
Right.
So everything's predicated off his father?
It's not predicated, but that's the first example that you have as to what a leader of a household, what an alpha man looks like. I'm not looking to my peers to give me an example. They don't have shit figured out any more than I do. I'm not looking to my friends who are married and then turn around and get divorced like 5 years later. Like I'm looking to my parents who've been married for 45 years. I'm not thinking about, anybody. I don't need examples from the street. I have examples at home.
So what do you say to the women that are the 75% that don't have a dad?
That was my question.
Sorry, sis. I don't know. No, I mean,
I think those are the women that a lot of men run into early on in life, right? Those are the ones that don't respect him or pout or want to fight. They're used to dealing with toxic relationships, and so,
Oh, bro, you talking to me? Because that was me for a while. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. So I was gonna ask you that, Dana.
And then in return, the man has to reassess, right? Because he might be used to that. So if a female is calling him and saying, "Good morning, how are you?" and he's just like, "Man, she doing too much." He used to females not dealing with him, at all, or wanted to fight him for not calling. So, I think that's where the reassessment needs to occur, and then you'll start to attract what you really need and not what you want.
What you just described, Ro, you said like men wanting toxic. I remember saying it before. I think there are some men that actually thrive in toxicity. They will say they don't, but they'll actually accept it. Yeah, because you're used to it. It may not be necessarily intentional, but it tends to happen. But when Dana was saying it, I was like, ooh, what about women that don't have a daddy? Do you just learn off of experience? And sometimes that ends up being the case, just off experience. Like, okay, I think that's what a man is supposed to do. When you start looking at your peers and your father figures, you kind of learn from experience.
Nate, do you think that you guys were ill-advised by your moms?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So do we need to stop blaming men and men stop blaming women and start blaming our parents? I think Rose said something like that.
I did. I said that. I think it starts with our parents. I think that.
Hold on, bro. I didn't ask you. I just referenced you said that.
No, like I definitely think so. I blame my mom for her role because, she had that toxic way of thinking and blaming it's him. Yeah, he played a role, but you played a role too. And then I blamed him. So I look at it, it's both of y'all. Like at the end of the day, both of y'all have your own toxic ways and y'all were instilling certain things in me. So I think it is the parent.
Damn. So, but just to get back to the question, what I was thinking, not saying Ro was incorrect in terms of how she dissected it, but I'm saying like the things that we value, should we need to start looking at a totem pole and maybe moving some things up? Like for instance, a woman's education is generally not valuable. And in my anecdotal experience, I've never like really gave a shit what she did or what she was doing or what her degrees were. Like that doesn't pop in my head first to ask, because I'm not looking for her to provide anything for me or to me. But we know inflation, we know what time it is in this world. Do you think men maybe need to start maybe saying, okay, what does she bring to the table in terms of potential monetarily?
Yeah, because I think it varies per man. Like how you said, for you, the education part may not matter. There may be another man that feels like it does matter.
Hey, I know you start doing that where you stop answering questions. Not tonight, please.
I'm saying for every man, it's different.
Hey, you can always say so. Let me just talk to you for a second.
Okay, talk to me.
Hold on,
big bro.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Listen, you have to answer the question in a pointed way so we can learn and get to a solution. If we say sometimes this and sometimes that, you can say that for every question.
Okay. I'm gonna listen to you. See, I'm gonna be agreeable.
But generally speaking, most men will attest that's not something that we're saying, hey, do you have a doctorate? Like it just doesn't jump out for us. Do you think that maybe we should start putting more value on that?
I think
absolutely. I think
if that's your
Nate's still going, Ro.
Oh,
leave Ro in the back.
I just think that men should reassess, period, because I can't necessarily say that it's too low. It depends on because you're making me mad now.
Go, Ro. Go, Ro.
Go ahead. Just go ahead, because I'm like,
go, Ro. Go, Ro.
Mess me up.
Yes, Hamp, I think you should reassess. If those three things, going back to what you said, if those three things are a priority and you keep coming across, like I said, the same type of woman, you need to reassess what your priorities have to be when you are looking for a woman. Because if the looks, her being able to have children, and then what was the other one?
Being agreeable.
Being agreeable. They can be all of those things, and then you're still getting in toxic relationships. You will have to reevaluate and look at and prioritize differently.
Bro, is it that, or is it the fact that these women aren't coming with these traits, and that's why you got to keep recycling them?
But if you keep dating the same, it's almost like you dating the same type of person that just look different.
Because what do you think that if looks, let's say, I'm gonna speak for most men. They told me to leave you alone, bro. First off, let me just say real quick. Take some east side of town. I'm just gonna tell you right now, that little ass fish you brought up, I wouldn't advise that. If you get mad at me, you better walk it off. Straight up. But nah. Damn, they sticking up for her. That wasn't even a super chat, god damn it. Bro. Man, I just lost that little fist bothered me. What? Sorry, what was I saying? I've been beat up before, but it take a lot. Goddamn it, it'll take all you got.
You were saying if they're reassessing. Let me repeat. I said if those three things are a priority for them, and they keep coming across the same type of woman, getting the same type of results, they'll need to reassess or reevaluate what is a priority for them if they want the type of relationship that they're looking for.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. So what I was going to say, I think I'm going to speak for the men. They'll correct me in the chat, but I feel like men, beauty is number one.
Okay.
Like if she pretty, I mean, pretty privilege, right? They only have privilege because men, right, but enable it, right? She can be pretty and dumb as a rock. She'll still get on that yacht if she walking by and she look all right. Or at the club, if you go to places like Miami, they will not let you in if they don't like your aesthetic.
And right? You live in the project. This is so crazy. I be living in a project. You're gonna these pretty women to make a bunch of babies and real agreeable in the project.
I be seeing hookers that be having mad kids. But go ahead.
I'm clarifying the point though, right? So what I'm saying is, if that's number one. Is that something we need? Like, Ro, if that's number one, is that what's kind of leading down these paths a little bit?
I think so, because you like you said, she might be pretty, but she might be dumb. So if something happens to him, she's not going to be able to do anything. She doesn't know how to adapt.
Yeah. Go ahead, love. And then
I'm just saying, like, this is just so crazy that men make those three attributes. And this is we're not making this up, guys. Y'all come on this panel and say this. You earn the comments saying that. And so just because she's pretty and can make a bunch of babies, if you can, let's be clear, if you can first, why you want a woman that's very fertile. But she may not matriculate into a good mother. Just because she can make babies does not make her a good mother. Or does not make her a good wife. Does not mean she can cook. Does not mean she can clean. Does not mean that she can pay bills and not spend all the money. Like, there's a lot of other things that need to go into you looking for a wife. Being pretty shouldn't be one of them. Because, like I said, y'all can be pretty living in the projects because you lose your job as a janitor and she can't work. She has no job skills and y'all can't work and you're on public assistance. So, I mean, you need to really, really, really evaluate. Mike Brown, $5 super chat. Thank you, Mike Brown. Statistically, aren't men doing better at choosing no kids, income, etc.? No, because as Hamp likes to state in his stats, 50% or 54% of men are out here with no kids and are single. And according to Hamp, your purpose and role as a man is to build a legacy. Who you building a legacy with? If you don't have any kids or a wife. So no, Mike Brown.
He's saying choosing though, Asia. He's saying we're not choosing poorly. So those 51% are single and childless until they find the right mate. While there's so many single women with children.
54. I'm going to repeat your stat back to you.
What I'm saying is there's more single women with children, which means she's making a poor decision as opposed to these men. And then black men are more married than black women. So are the men? So he's just saying, are men actually making decent choices? Actually,
no,
like,
they're not.
I don't understand. Is he saying, are they choosing the women that have no kids?
And I thought you said they didn't have any kids.
These men don't like. So the 54% are single and childless. They don't have kids out of wedlock, right? Black men still make more money than black women, and they're not having these kids out of wedlock and not in building a legacy that they don't even like. They're not raising. So men aren't making those poor decisions. That's what Mike's saying.
But men are making babies out of wedlock, because how the hell do women have a baby out of wedlock? Because she got the man.
20%. If 54% are single and childless, 30% are married, it's only the smaller percentage that's having these kids. So Mike's saying the 54% aren't making these bad choices.
I don't think that's what he's saying. Honestly, I'm not interpreting that from his super chat.
Let's see, Mike, put another message in the things. I feel like I think I might be thinking what he's saying, but we'll see. They going in the chat, but yeah, that's what Mike's saying. Statistically, aren't men doing better at choosing? They don't have the kids, income, except that's what he said. That's the context. Because they're not choosing bad. That's why 54% are single and childless. He's saying maybe that's why, because they're making good decisions.
Oh, so they're choosing other women.
No, they're not making any choices. They're just focusing on themselves and their jobs, right?
That's not a good choice.
I mean,
that's crazy. They're not building a legacy. There's no kids. And according to him, if you don't build a legacy with kids, you have no purpose in life.
No, but they can still have children at a late age. So it's not that they're just choosing in this current state that they're not building their legacy. Eventually they will, because they can.
Hopefully they can. They wait
Ro,
till 6 years old.
For some reason, Ro can't see super chats. Can somebody else read it?
I'm sorry, Mike Brown. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Spot on, Hamp.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Because men, we have to grind it out, and then because we can have a child older, we can find a woman that's younger, older. It actually works in reverse for us. What do you think about that?
Better not be part of that 30% that can't get nobody to do nothing.
I can say that is true, because the older you get, the harder it can be to have kids. So men have a little bit more options. That's probably exactly why men end up choosing younger women to that point. Okay. That's what you're saying.
What? Go ahead, Asia. Small panel, you got the floor.
I don't necessarily agree with that. And I would love to know what Mike Brown's definition in yours of what is success. Define success. Is success having kids? Is success making a certain amount of money? Like, what is success? And are men really achieving success? That's the wider and more broader question. Because if he's saying men are doing better and they're choosing, what is the proof in that? Because are they not married? They're well, I'm not following that.
Maybe men are focused. Maybe men are focused when they're younger, right? Let's grind it out, because it takes us a little bit longer to get there. And then so when we start having kids, like one of the stats said, I think Ro alluded to it in May, at 38, 39, 40, we have money. We start hitting our financial stride at like 42. So now we have money. We're more stable, right? We're more mature. And then our fertility doesn't change. I mean, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, I mean, they shooting out babies.
Them kids come out looking real old too. The older you get, your kids come out looking real old, like Benjamin Button. So y'all go ahead and wait until you're 50 to start having these kids with these 25-year-olds. She's gonna run circles around y'all. You have old looking geriatric kids looking like Benjamin Button. But go off. You be successful now. You got it.
Hey, we're just saying that's the path, so he can have his kids when he's 38. He's fine, 39, 40, and his woman, because she ties his value to his ends, his money, she'll be 25 or 26. because he got money. He still can be handsome, especially if he's black. You know, we age very well. So why not? Why not grind it out and then go get her when you want to?
That is bullshit.
It is.
Because a lot of y'all, and not you as an individual, but a lot of y'all got money and look like Pikachu in the face. Y'all look like trolls, okay? This is why you place so much value on younger women that you can mold and manipulate, because they're more attracted to somebody who can give them money or provide for them financially. Women who are older, we can be a little more selective and don't have to settle for, again, a goddamn Pokemon in the face, or somebody's small or ugly or whatever, a weirdo, because we have something to offer and bring to the table. You better have some fucking money looking like that. That shit is nuts. It's not a flex. It's not a flex at all. A whole lot of ugly ass rich niggas around here.
I'm saying I'm a proponent of the family. I'm just saying this might be the path that the men are taking, but the legacy is complete when you start having your children and you have something to pass it down to. But make no mistake, a nigga with a bunch of kids and no money and no property and no assets, that legacy is broken also. I think you got to do it all.
Yeah, but if legacy is your goal, if that's what you're after, like, you can't be so caught up on the bullshit, right? You can't be so caught up on the looks, on the fertility, on how agreeable she is. Like, a lot of men need to be humbled, for real. Like, you don't deserve somebody who's young and fertile and beautiful. You deserve somebody like me, okay? That's it. You deserve somebody who's making money, who's cute enough, and who might give you a baby or whatever. I don't know. Figure that shit out later. But the point is, you're just concerned about the wrong goddamn things. If you're concerned about legacy, then focus on building your fucking legacy. Stop worrying about how cute she is. If your focus is to have some babies, then have some goddamn babies. Like, it can't be both.
But they recycling these women though. So you say that, but I'm gonna use a very anecdotal, unique example. What's his name from the Titanic?
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah.
He recycled them chicks. As soon as they hit 26 and a half, he get another 25-year-old. And another 20. I prefaced it with that, right? But I know a lot of cats my age, trust me, they be recycling because they are able to, because they can provide what they want.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but again, what is the end goal? Because if you're talking solely about building a legacy, building family, building community, then that has to stop at some point, right? It's not just about pleasing yourself and fulfilling your individual selfish needs, if that's what your actual goal is. And so if that's the case, then you got to focus on that and have your actions align with your end goals, because that shit don't make no fucking sense. You can't be chasing after young tail or young pretty girls just because you don't want to have sex with older average girls if legacy is your first priority. You got to make it. Which one is it?
Guess what? He chasing after them little young things, and he gonna get old and decrepit, and then she gonna be like, okay, next, and all she want is your money. That's it. After a while.
Yeah. Shout out to Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. Cap Dana, your man has to make money. Last we heard, LOL. You goddamn right, Mike Brown, and don't you forget it. Kevin 3905 with the $5 super chat. Success equals building wealth, marriage, children for legacy, passing down wealth in that order.
So she don't have to be young.
She don't have to be young, or she don't have to look
any age.
She doesn't have to be.
He didn't say anything about her qualifications. He's saying success in this order is how it should look.
That's how he defines it.
For men, yes, for men.
Yeah.
That's exactly. I said that. I was asking
his standards. That's what he's saying. Those are his standards.
No, he's not saying standard. He's saying the order.
He's defining success.
Like,
okay.
Yeah, he's defining success. Let me tell you something, Nate. Don't drink no more of that Hennessy concoction. Right? Okay. Now, Dana, you said something that kind of caught my attention. You're saying that older women have more options?
I'm saying we have the option to be more selective. We exercise our right to be more selective. Younger women have the right to be more selective as well. But older women, because we are more experienced, we've been around the block, we've dated, we've had relationships, we've had breakups. Some of us have been married, some of us have been divorced. we can afford, not necessarily afford, but we choose to exercise our right to be a little bit more selective and not just settle for a man solely because he's able to bring money to the table, especially in this climate where there are so many women who are doing very well financially for themselves, and that's not the primary goal. You all say all the time that women are looking for men with money, as as much as men are looking for women with looks, and I don't necessarily think that that's always the case. I don't think that that's true, that that's our priority. I think it's a factor, but I think looks play a part just for us as it does for y'all. Like, having money counts, but it kind of doesn't at a point.
But you're saying I don't know if you guys have more options, but you can take care of yourself, so you're not dependent on him, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying we have more options. I'm saying we're exercising our right to be more selective.
Right.
Because you can pay your own bills.
Exactly. And sometimes to our detriment, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Kevin 39, Kev, what's popping? Was you here last week? I feel like you missed the show or something.
I think you missed it last week. I didn't see him last week.
Dana.
No, he was here last week.
Dana, ellipsis. We like younger women because they require less. Ellipsis, okay? So what? That's our preference, not a flex.
Shut up.
That's weird. That's really weird. You require less, so therefore you're saying, like, oh, I hate when men say that. Kevin, let me read you real
Younger
quick.
women don't require
because right, it doesn't require less, but the fact that you want a woman that requires less of you, how can you say that as a man? Like,
why they don't want to work hard.
You didn't say that.
He did. Pam, please put it
back.
That's
what, if you read it, read between the lines. Yeah. He doesn't want to be held accountable.
He didn't say, no, he said women can't. See, that's the problem. Y'all thinking you're gonna hold some man accountable. You're not. He has to hold him accountable.
I do.
That's what they just said. That's why okay. Yeah, men hold themselves accountable. He understands what the job is, and he needs to do the job. You're not gonna be able to force him to do the job. He's gonna have to make that decision to do it for himself, and for the family, and for you. You can't hold that man accountable. If you need to hold your man accountable, you got to get a new nigga. Kevin 3905, Dana, we like younger women because they require less. He didn't say anything about giving them less.
Can I just break this down? Literally, we like younger women because they require less, which means they feel like they can get the bare minimum, and they don't like us older women because we have a certain higher standard, and that's what he is literally saying. Like he said, okay, so what? Because he knows it sounds problematic. I'm going to read him. That is exactly what that means.
All right.
That becomes the accountability piece with your man. At least that's how I look at it.
All right. Let's see what Kev say. I'm about to drop the link. Let's see.
Already? It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
Shit, well, so we trying to. I'm up here trying to fucking.
That's the problem too. Like, they can't write properly, but that's the thing, that they're not fully putting their full.
You only get so many characters. That's all.
You got to give more to younger women. Older women, we already like we can handle that. We can do this. That's probably what it is.
But that's that is part of what a man wants to do. And he also said, Dana, men, they're supposed to do the choosing, not us. And as we get, men are supposed to choose. They're supposed to choose us. We're not supposed to be choosing and looking for them.
We have to say yes. We have a say so.
No, we do. We have a say so. We do have a say so, but they're supposed to choose us. So when we get older, us giving our options because we know more, we're a little bit wiser and everything. When they do choose us, pretty much, if they're not coming correct, we can say no. For the most part.
If that's their role to choose us when coming together in a relationship, what's our role?
So our role is, if we decide that we're equally yoked, then we are going to allow him to take care of us, because that's what they're supposed to do.
This is what I was trying to say. I think it's just easier to deal with. Kevin 3905 for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Kev. I'm responding to what Dana assumed we want young women for. I'm saying, so what? We give them all that we would give any woman. They're usually easier to deal with. Men like easier women. Duh.
Exclamation. He said, we don't want to work hard.
Same message,
Yeah,
Kevin.
drop that link. And Kev better hit that motherfucker. I know that.
Yeah, Kev, come on up here, Kev.
But then when y'all are working in progress, we supposed to sit there and take everything and work hard for y'all.
Don't you dub me.
So let me also read between the lines, because Kevin, you didn't say anything different than the first time, to be very honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Easier to deal with. So you don't want a woman that can offer any type of opinion. I'm not saying combative. I'm not saying argumentative, but you should want a partner. And that's problematic that men don't want partners, because again, if you aren't able to make a decision and she doesn't have a freaking two brain cells to rub together when the decision needs to be made when you're not around, then the family's in jeopardy and your legacy is lost. So you have to think about it that way too. Easier to deal with sounds lazy. And part of the men's standards, I think, are they're very lazy minded, because you want easy to deal with, agreeable, submissive. And so I think that the definition, they always say our definition of submission is skewed. I think their definition is skewed, because they believe submission is totally agreeable and easier to deal with, when that's not necessarily what submission means. So I think both sides have the definition of submission skewed. But Kevin, please come up here on the panel tonight. I know you only did it one time, and I need you to do it again tonight, because we want to talk to you. We'll be nice.
Yeah, I don't want no partner. That don't even make no sense. But
you have a partner. You have a partner.
Go ahead. See, this is what a partner looks like. This how
you got a partner.
No, you have teamwork. See, so you have a team. Go ahead, partner. Go ahead. This is how partners manifest. Go, love. See, we have teamwork in the house, right? Everybody contributes to the team. Everybody has roles. But if shit hits the fan and you can't make a decision, the team doesn't have the same equal say so either. But you still got to work together.
So what I'm saying is this: the wife still has to have two brain cells to rub together, because God forbid something happens to you, the family falls apart. She never had to make decisions. She was told what to do. She was told, do this, do that, do this, do that, without having to think for herself. God forbid something happens to you. What happens to the legacy now and to the family now? She can't make it. That's all I'm saying. So you want a woman that can think. You want a partner. And I think we're playing the game of semantics right now. Teamwork, team, partner, it's all the same. We're in this together.
You don't want to dismiss it, because I'm saying exactly what it is that I mean. That partner term is too dangerous to give to a woman. You my partner. Then what happens? They cut you off. They unmute while you talking. They don't let you finish the sentence. Right? Because that's your partner. She thinks it's equal. And the reason why it's hard to give women that validity of partner is because they like even if my wife and I are going back and forth, I'm like, if I was in the street or this was another man, you wouldn't dare. Like, they wouldn't dare without there being some type of consequence. And women abuse that and start talking over you and talking shit because they know they can't get punched in their mouth. I feel like that's something that y'all gotta address too. Like, when Dana be talking to these niggas all crazy, like, a nigga wouldn't be like, "Ham, shut the fuck up." No, then what? Then it's fisticuffs. Somebody gonna get beat up, me or them.
Why I gotta be singled out?
Just saying.
I'm the only nigga that talking crazy up here.
No, you ain't the only one, sis. I can leave you out there like that.
We missed one.
Like that. Thank you, Mike. You want to read it?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. My bad.
All right, partner. Thank you. Mike Brown with the $5 super chat.
Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. The problem is men know as older women. All right, go ahead and read it, asshole.
You're a good partner. The problem is men know as an older woman, someone else has already paid less for it. Damn, Mike.
You are so childish.
It/you.
So rude.
It/you Why do you insist we pay more for damaged goods? God
Mike
damn.
sound like he
Who
old already
said
too.
that
You
you gotta
damaged.
pay more for damaged goods? If you get with the older woman who's educated and she's been working and she got a 401k, 9 times out of 10, she's able to pay for you.
Thank you. And we fine wine. So what is he talking about? He look old himself. So are you damaged?
Yo, that's hold on now. Answer like wait now. Now give him some substance back. The problem is men know as an older woman, someone else has already paid for less for it. Why do you insist we pay for damaged goods? So, Mike, you would have gave up the cheeks for way less than what you want Mike to pay. Because now you older and he trying to wife you. So now you put him through all these trials and hoops. When you gave a nigga the cheeks for free on some one night stand shit, and then you already slept with a bunch of people. So now he got to pay all this coin for something that's been so maybe used up to a certain extent.
So I ain't met
an ex-wife who don't have money. I ain't met an ex-wife who don't have money.
Ham, put the chat back up there, please.
Okay.
He's going to younger women who are probably doing the same thing. If that's what he's saying, basically, we were doing that when we were younger. So he's gonna go choose the younger woman who's gonna do the same thing we were doing, and he's making them be damaged goods. What?
Like, and they're just using him for a meal.
Pretty much, because they're like, oh, he's my sugar daddy. You a sugar daddy, Mike.
Yes.
We good.
Mike definitely likes to eat. He about to bust out that
we good.
jacket in that fucking picture he got.
Yeah.
He got that one button.
Not the nerve talking about somebody being damaged goods. Boy,
looking like Professor
Clump for dear life. You ought to
bust out like a plastic can of biscuits.
Quit, Mike Brown.
Now, see, Mike didn't say nothing about anybody up here.
So
why
we are all older women. That's why he coming for us. We all older women.
Damaged goods. We're responding to damaged goods. That's all.
Be careful not to prove the point.
I have a question though. Honestly, I have a real question for Ham and or Mike.
Go ahead.
What makes the assumption, or why are you assuming that an older woman is damaged goods? Number one. Number two, why do you assume someone paid less than you are paying now? Why do you assume that? How do you know he didn't pay way more and I got the residuals in my bank account right now? Like, how do you know that didn't happen?
Well,
how do you know that? Go ahead.
Did you want me to answer? Or you
no, I was still talking.
Even the baby said true.
She didn't.
He did say true.
All right, go ahead. Finish your thought. My bad. I thought you were done.
And then the damaged goods piece, because we're older does not mean we got ran through. Just because y'all men lay it low and spread it wide does not mean that we are. We are selective with our bodies. Look at the baby. Look at him. I'm sorry, that was funny. We're selective. We didn't sit there and lay low, spread it wide, and sow our royal oats like y'all are, and wait until we're old and dusty to get a partner. I'm sorry, to get a husband. So I think you're making a lot of erroneous assumptions in your whack super chat, Mike. You know I love you like a fat girl loves cake, but that was wrong and severely flawed in your logic. So I'll wait for Ham's responses. I know Mike never comes on the panel to talk to us.
So so based on what we talk about and discuss, you guys' experiences overall aren't the best with men in dating and divorce and so on and so forth. So it's just a damage all the way around. Emotionally, physically, using your body for the wrong nigga. That 1 or 2 one-night stands you don't had in over the course of the 60 years you've been alive. Or 50 or 40, however old you niggas is.
But why sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, so it's just all of that. There's a lot of wear and tear. You know, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So wear and tear is not just you using your vagina all crazy. It's all of that trauma.
I understand that, Ham, but what I don't understand is why men don't care for women that have life experience, because everything that you just described is life experience. Because men, if you're older than the woman that you're seeing, dating, marrying, or whatever, like what the fuck do y'all even talk about? Like you have gone through life, you've been through things, you've experienced things that maybe she hasn't because she is younger. And so wouldn't you, it just makes more sense to me that you want somebody who can relate to the things that you're going through and who's going through the same things at the same time as you, or at a similar pace, rate, or, you know, something like that. Something similar, but lacking life experience doesn't sound like, that's not a flex at all, at all. So it just sounds like somebody who, again, it wants to manipulate somebody else, or somebody who wants to control somebody, who wants somebody who's dumb and doesn't know anything about the world. And so I can say what I want, and I can impose my own thoughts, views, and experiences on you to mold, shape you how I want you to be, rather than considering what you may have gone through and what you can contribute to me, because I, surprise, surprise, am imperfect and I don't know everything about every fucking thing in the world.
But I said earlier, it's too hard. Everything that you just said, that requires hard work. They don't want to do that. The other guy just said they want something easier. It'll be easy to get with somebody who's young. They don't have life experiences. They can just say whatever, do whatever, and it be accepted. When you have an older woman, oh my God, now she's going to recognize my flaws. Now she's going to try to check me. She's going to hold me accountable. As I said it, she's going to say certain things to me. And men don't want that. They don't want to be able to be corrected. They don't want none of that. It's like, nah, hell no. I don't want somebody that has experience, because now she's going to impose her ideals on me. They would rather the younger woman that they can just dump everything onto.
But you know what, Nate? That shit was real cute in your 20s, okay? And somebody told me, enjoy and embrace your 20s as much as you possibly can, because it's a very happy time. Everybody is getting married. They're having kids. They're buying houses. They're celebrating. They're getting jobs. They're advancing in their careers. They're getting degrees. All this great shit is happening. When you get into your 30s, when you get into your 40s, real shit starts to happen. Real shit hits the fan. Our parents are aging. Our grandparents are dying. We got to deal with real fucking issues. Infertility. Niggas got ED. We got to deal with divorce. We got to deal with all kinds of things, like real life shit. Real life fucking shit. And you don't want, I wouldn't want to go about that and have a partner who has absolutely no idea what I'm talking about, or can't relate to anything that I'm going through, and somebody that I can't lean on because this is foreign to them.
I agree with you.
No, I know, but it was cute then. But like, at what point do you evolve, and at what point do you again reassess your standards and what's important to you in your life, rather than just chasing some fucking fat ass and a cute face because she might give your ugly ass a fucking baby? That shit is weird. It's clown ass.
It is weird.
So
you gotta think about, if you talk about legacy, that is a part of your fucking legacy, and that needs to be considered as well. I think
your experience, like all that you're saying, it makes a lot of sense, I think, but it's not logical to us. Like, all your experience from who, from where? Like, I don't know if your life experience, like, that doesn't sound appetizing to me, that you got all this experience with somebody else or someone else, or going through life. Like, I don't know if, like, when I'm hearing it, I don't feel like, yeah, let me find a woman that got all this life experience. It does like, because there's one game plan in the house. The problem is when she thinks she know everything and she already experienced it herself. Now you trying to have two game plans and two flags flying at the house. That's not how things are cohesive.
No, it's not about having an additional game plan. It's about having something of value to contribute, something of value to, like, maybe for you to consider. And again, it's not necessarily life experience with somebody else. I don't know why that's the default, but it's just life experience because you're an adult living and experiencing and going through this shit as well. But that's not a flaw at all. And it's something that definitely should be considered in your lifelong plan, if you're talking about legacy and what you want your family to look like and all of those things. It's coming together and having a meeting of the minds and having cohesive ideas based off of our experiences, and coming up with a plan for what we want our legacy and our future and our children to, our family to look like.
He's saying that's not what.
But I want to piggyback off of that, because I think men, they hear life experience. I think they need to, maybe they don't know their own values, and that's the problem. They don't know what they value in life. And so they need a woman, they need each other's values to align with one another. Mm-hmm. And I think that's how the conversation needs to go. The conversation should go about our values aligning with one another and matching, not an agreeable woman, not, getting upset with her because she had life experiences. It's about your aligned values, because you're not going to have two different flags. You want to have two different game plans because your values align. A lot of the problem is men don't know how to even understand what their values are, articulate them, live in them, express them. And that's part of the problem. And so when you don't know your values, you kind of just flop all over the place and you just go along with the buzzwords nowadays. And, the coolest podcaster now, or the coolest person out there, whether it be Kevin Samuels or who's the next Kevin Samuels, whatever. And so you go after them and you follow them because you need a leader. And so I think that's part of the problem. I think it's about aligning values, and there will not be two different game plans.
Well
said. Let me read it.
Sorry, super chat. Thank you, Dwayne.
I got it. We didn't heard your voice enough. And then after I read these super chats, I want to get rolling. Dwayne with the $5 super chat. Dwayne was popping. I know women that have given up Jesus Christ. Dwayne, first super chat ever on the show. Come with some heat. I know women that have given it up for a slice of pizza and a Slurpee. Jeez Louise. But want another guy to wine and dine them. That's a no-go. Kevin3905 with the $5 super chat. We prefer for you to experience life with us and through us. We want your first to happen with us, not with someone else that you're telling us about.
But that's not even realistic.
Mike Brown with, is she younger? I think that's his point. Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. I don't mean damage like sex, but all around trauma. Why do I have to pay the cost? Younger is easier because of that.
And that don't mean that neither.
Can I finish the super chats? Will with the $5 super chat. Dana, laugh my ass off. Niggas having ED is crazy. Golly. Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. A guy with 4 different baby mothers is no different than 40 plus old single lady.
Go to hell, Mike. Go to hell. Go to hell. That's not
super chat. These are super chats. You got to show respect to the super chats. Narratives and dialogue with the $10 super chat. What's popping? I'm going to leave with this, fellas. You can't alpha your way through. Real men do not have to try to dumb things down to get noticed. Deal with your real issues and find her. Coffee Nino. I don't know if I said it right. Go ahead, Ro.
I think we discussed this last week with Real Barbado. Mm-hmm. He discussed that, and he said that a lot of men don't know, their right from their left. So in keeping with that, when we go back to the question, are men's standards too low and do they need to be reassessed? Based off of that discussion, they do, because ultimately they don't know. They don't know, Dana. They know that they heard that they're supposed to be the leader of the house, but they don't know how to lead, or they don't even know how to choose the wife to help, be the teammate, like Hamp said. So like Love said, at the end of the day, if you know your values, you'll know how to look for her no matter what her age is. And I think that that's important. That is going to be reassessed throughout life based off your experiences.
That was very well said, Ro. I agree 100%.
Okay.
Can you go back to the other one, Hamp, with the guy that said something about the trauma?
Yes, ma'am. That was Mike Brown. He said, this one? Go ahead, Nate.
Okay. I think that is the one. He said he doesn't mean damage like sex, but all around trauma. Okay. So younger and older women both have trauma. To be perfectly honest with you, when you're young, you haven't even figured out that you even have certain things going on with you. That's why you're making the dumb decisions, because you're young. As you get older and you're going through life experiences, you're like, okay, I'm tired of this. And you start to want to work on certain things, which is why you probably aren't receiving and accepting certain things and behaviors. And you're making better decisions because you are older. When you're young, you are young and dumb. You're going to continue to make those decisions. So even while he's saying that, I'm like, is he for real? You're going to choose a young woman. She's probably having sex with Tom, Dick, and Harry, to be perfectly honest with you. But an old woman is not doing that. She's like, yeah, no, this is not okay. This is not cool. I'm going to make a better decision. Kind of like what Dana was saying. She's going to be more selective. when she's older. A young woman, she probably gonna mess with you, and she gonna mess with you because, oh, well, you got money, so I want you because you got money. But this one, he got more money, his money longer, so I'm gonna mess with him too. Or just whatever. It could be totally anything. It doesn't have to necessarily be sex. It's just many different things. But when you're younger, you're not thinking wise. You're making those dumb decisions. So him saying that all the trauma and you having to pay the cost, you would pay the cost whether she was 21, 25, 35, 45. They're going to have trauma. If you had trauma when you were younger, you're going to have that same trauma when you're older. You just handle it differently because you're older.
I think men have trauma as well. A lot of men have sex when they're 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? And they deal with their trauma, and they don't deal with it how we deal with it. But what they do is they have multiple sex partners. I'm pretty sure the stats say that men have more sexual partners than we do in a lifetime. So I think that trauma also weighs heavy, because then that goes into how you're selecting and how you're treating women and how you're dealing with, as Hamp said, in the streets and all of that type of stuff. You're leaving trauma behind as well. So you have to think about that too.
So self-awareness is an issue across both, because we need to be self-aware, because I like what Nate said, a woman in her 20s has suffered trauma as well. And the way she expresses it may be different, if at all. But a woman in her, older, I keep saying 40s, but 30s or 40s, we're self-aware to we want to heal through it, and we're not going to mask it like the young girls will mask it for you because they're young and pretty and blowing your minds, with their beauty and their sex and whatnot, and they're being agreeable. But when you get married to them or pop a baby in them, they're like, "Got you, fool." And that's when the trauma is expressed and the trauma comes out. So be very wise. And a lot of men these days are not discerning. And I think discernment is lacking in men, and they become bitter baby daddies, bitter ex-husbands because they chose wrong. And they come on panels like this in the comments talking real reckless because they're discernment.
They have to wait till they between 31 and 45 to meet their daddy first, so that they can become a man. Because that's what happened. That's what we heard last week.
You know what? What's interesting? I'm noticing why we don't make a lot of progress, because we just shut down how it is that we're seeing and how people feel. So now what we do is just throw jabs and say the shit is stupid. And so if you say the shit is stupid, how they picking and choosing and how they feel and how they going about life, why wouldn't they just come back and say, well, the shit you saying is stupid? How do we progress?
I don't think we're saying it's stupid, Hamp. I'm saying there's no longevity in that.
In finding a younger woman?
Yeah.
And they saying, once again, it's one of those answers. Okay, younger people can have trauma also. The likelihood is what we're discussing, right? The less years you lived, it's more likely that you'll have less trauma.
Not in the Black community.
Most people's trauma starts from childhood.
If you live 10 years, right, as opposed to 12 years, the likelihood that those people, the 12-year-old, will experience more trauma is more likely because they've been alive longer. That's just logical. You're talking about people just having trauma, sure, but if you're younger, it's likely that you'll have less trauma. What are you guys saying?
No, I know. I hear you. No, I agree with you. No, I get the logic behind that, Hamp. No, I do. I get that logic. Yes, if you live 10 years versus 15, you have 10 years of trauma versus 15 years of trauma. Of course, that's logical. That's common sense. So we agree with you on that. But what we were saying is I'm going to say the 15-year-old, but the older one has been around longer, has become more self-aware and knows they want to deal with it. That's what we're saying. The younger one, because it's like a shiny new ball, and their trauma did he leave? Okay. Their trauma expression is maybe it's ignored because they're so pretty and young and agreeable, so that's a distraction. So we're not negating. I don't think anybody up here, now correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think anybody up here is negating that trauma is trauma, and of course we've been around longer. But what we're saying, we added that caveat and that nuance that we have been along the way so long. We like, I don't want to grow on this mulberry bush. I'm ready to heal. I have healed in certain areas, and I know what I want. I also know what my values are. So it's like we bring value. It's like a chalk. So look at it this way: we're older, but we bring more value to the relationship, as opposed to a younger woman who doesn't really bring much value that's sustainable or that is really gonna go into your legacy, that sustain your legacy, except for her being pretty and can make a baby, and hopefully she can be a good mom. Maybe.
I think that's a good point. I think you're right. If you find an older woman who has experience and then she's still submissive and agreeable, if she has those traits and she's older, you may have a point. But shit. I know you ain't raised your hand and say you, did you?
I did.
Is that a unicorn though, him? You guys make it seem like it's so far-fetched.
I think it's far-fetched.
Why?
Yeah, working towards healing so much now.
Just based on the experience.
I think if we look at, like, I know that they're celebrities, but if y'all look at women that are older, they're dating younger men. After they've been, like, celebrities, like women that are older, most of their spouses that they're with are younger.
And broker.
But what I'm saying, it goes back to the statement earlier, they had a choice, right? And so the older women decided to choose to go with the younger man that didn't have all the bells and whistles. And
actually, they didn't have a choice. So that's a default.
Well, no, I guess. I don't know.
Robert De Niro don't want to share.
But Robert De Niro just got divorced like 5 years ago.
Robert De Niro got hoes. You know it and I know it.
He do, but he was with his wife for literally almost 50 years.
I'm just telling you what he told me. He don't want no share. Come on, man. So now she got a gold digging ass nigga. Come on. Mike Brown with the $2 super chat. Go ahead.
But like, I'll read it. Mike Brown, thank you for the $2 super chat. Second marriages in 67% of the time.
What's the point? What was the point of that? I'm not being funny either. Like, what was your point in saying that, Mike?
He's saying that older woman with the experience, it's not panning out.
His second marriage.
But who said but Ham, there's so many assumptions that are made on this show. And it blows me. Second marriages are not always with older people. Like, that's not the majority.
Well, he can give this the stat. So maybe my discernment of it is incorrect. Maybe he's saying that experience thing that we continue to talk on isn't panning out because second marriages are failing at 70% rate. Maybe that's his point.
I want him to be more clear. That could be his point, and that would be, and I wouldn't argue that down if you had said that.
I said maybe that's what he's trying to argue. That experience is not super valuable when you see it based on the second marriage rate, because everybody think they know. Do you guys think men have more value than women in the world?
We give them value. They don't.
In the world, though, like in the world, just in the world,
men, yes.
Like, people walking to and fro in the world. Do men have more value?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess
they do.
Yeah,
I don't believe so, but I'm gonna say, because value is a matter of perception, I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah, we give it to them, so yeah.
But in reality, hell no.
Exactly.
Well, why? Well, that's the answer that I'm looking for. So why don't come here, baby? So why don't men? What do you mean all right? So one, Dana, you said hell no in real life, and then Nay, you said we give it to them. What does that mean?
I've said it before. Like we make them seem like they are like God's greatest gift, and it's like, oh my God, we'll accept any and everything from them. We value them more. We place more of the value in them. We don't even value ourselves, but we'll give more to a man than they'll give to us all the time because we feel like they're more valuable than we are to ourselves.
So do you think men are more valuable in the earth?
Yeah.
But regardless of what went, I don't really understand that point. you can't do what they can do, which makes them more valuable. Like, what do you?
We can't do what they can do.
Like what men can do. Like I'm saying, in the earth, are men more valuable? I don't know about this giving it to them. I'm just asking, like, are men more valuable in the earth?
Yes, they're more valuable.
So Dana, you said in reality, hell no. What does that mean?
Humanity begins and ends with us. So that's the value right there. That's the alpha and the omega of the value of people existing and walking this earth. You bring value once you're here, but without if women stopped procreating, if women stopped spending, if we could.
What begins and ends with you guys? I'm confused.
I got a question. If there were no more men, would we be able to survive on the earth without men?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And so,
you don't believe. Wait. No, because there was a couple thoughts. But hold on. Are you a Christian, Dana?
I am.
God a man?
Yes.
How does it begin and end with y'all? What are you talking about?
I'm saying in the physical, there's no humanity without women, which means that we have high value. And that's not to say, hold on, but that's also not to say that we're more valuable than men.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that either, because the question was, are men more valuable than women? So I'm saying absolutely fucking not. But that doesn't mean that we don't bring just as much value as you all do.
No, I think women are valuable, but you can't procreate without men either.
And vice versa.
Yeah.
But so that's a moot argument then. If we can't have babies without women and vice versa, that's not a point you can stand on.
It's an answer to your question. You said, are men more valuable? And I'm saying no, because I'm saying women are just.
But
women
how is that? But you're saying because y'all carry babies, but you can't have babies without us.
True.
We're just as valuable as her. Well, maybe I'm speaking for me. I shouldn't say that, but we're just as valuable as men. There's no more
in procreation. In procreation, yes.
In life, period, Ham. Because in life, period, God created woman. He did create man first, right? But he created woman for a reason. Man was incomplete until woman came along. Because if that's the case, we didn't have to be here.
We need each other.
We need each other.
I think you guys can help enhance, but the man already has the most value.
What do you all have or possess that's more valuable than what we possess? Or how are you more valuable than women?
Pick stuff up and put it down is super valuable. I'm just saying, she asked. I don't have to go through the whole line. I'm just saying strength. It matters. That's why when you conquer a nation, you don't have to kill off the women. They're not a threat. You don't leave men behind. You destroy the men. You take their women. You may kill off their boys, and you may keep the girls as whatever them people used to do, handmaids or whatever else the case is. I mean, why is that? Why don't they kill off all the women?
I think we can agree that the world would look a whole lot different if men weren't out trying to conquer every fucking nation and every community and kill off everybody or whatever. I'm not saying better or worse, but it would definitely look a lot different. So our strengths and the things that we bring to the table would look a whole lot different. And in this world that we live in right now, absolutely, you guys, your brawn is great. It's very valuable, but I mean, to an extent.
They don't kill off women here because they want to procreate. So a woman can only be pregnant one time a year, really, right? And so they don't kill the woman because they want to expand the empire. That's why they don't kill the women.
There's no threat.
No. Listen what I'm saying, please. They need us to expand.
No, they don't need the women. They use the women.
Okay, tomato. They need us.
No, it's not. It's not. But it's not fair if you act like it's like you said the same thing I'm saying. That's not the case. They use those women. Those women are not a threat. That's why they don't kill them. They use them as a resource, just like the little girls.
A valuable resource. Listen, I want to get my
same thing about
valuable resource.
What I'm saying is those women are a commodity.
Right.
Have you studied these empires? Right. Because if you study these empires, those women are a commodity. Commodities can be replaced by something else very quickly. They just go to another nation. Go ahead, bro.
So, Hamp, is that why men choose younger women? Because they're just a
commodity that they
a
use.
commodity that can be used.
Well, just in terms of they're less threatening.
But if you're equating that case, then yes, I can understand, because most of the comments are like, they're agreeable. I want to teach her what to do and how to do it, how I want it my way. So basically, they're using these younger females.
They're using them for what?
To procreate, to show them what they want to do, how they want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because that's how women. So I think Kev, you guys, maybe I'm not saying you guys glossed over it, but he said he want to show you the world. That's what men want to do with their woman. He don't want to know. He don't want to look up and see you on Instagram on another nigga private jet.
Right.
That's a very arrogant stance, though. Like that's coming from a place of I am all knowing. I have the experience. I know all the things. Let me teach you. There's nothing that you can contribute. There's nothing that I have to learn from you. That is so fucking arrogant, and it's weird ass energy. It's so weird. You don't know everything about it. At 35, 40 years old, you don't know everything there is to know about the world. Mm-hmm. You can't teach me anything more than I can teach myself. You can't show me a whole new world, Aladdin. Like, that shit is fucking gross. It's weird. It's weird.
No,
that's some controlling, possessive ass, narcissistic shit. It's weird.
It's actually...
I was gonna say this for like younger women to show them the world.
But they only gonna show them what they know, right? So like,
you don't know everything. Y'all niggas are dumb. A lot of y'all niggas are dumb.
Just like Dana made a valid point earlier. She said, "You might have the money, but you might not have the looks." That's the same way some of these men are requiring women to be able to follow them, and they don't know where to go themselves.
Well. I forgot what I was going to say. I forgot what I was going to say. It was a good point, too. I don't know. Yeah. I mean,
you can't show me that because you don't know.
You just got a passport 2 years ago and you want to show me some shit. Ain't that a bitch?
Or you can't get a passport because you got back child support.
Hello.
You can't go nowhere.
Ain't that a bitch? I don't want you to experience things without me. Who the fuck are you? That shit is weird to me.
It's controlling. It's very controlling.
I'm not doing. I'm not doing shit. I'm not going nowhere. My wife already been. I don't give a fuck.
That's why she shouldn't tell you. I've been saying this for years now. You ain't got to tell him everything. If it doesn't add value to the relationship, you don't have to tell them everything.
Nah,
we know how men are.
It's a new experience with you.
Nah.
She probably went and she didn't enjoy herself with somebody else, and she gonna go enjoy herself with you. She probably had like the bare minimum package. She gonna have the high roller package with you.
We ain't hearing that shit. But
so y'all rather miss out on opportunities because you're like, no.
Miss out.
She done went too many places, so now I can't do it. That's crazy.
All right. I'm just telling you. I mean, y'all motherfuckers out here. All right. I mean, listen, if you want to stay out here by yourself, keep dismissing how men be thinking and feeling. This is a sentiment. We're not saying if it's logical or illogical. This is a sentiment that men be feeling. We want to show you these things. We want to do them with you. The first time you jump off that cliff in Jamaica, hopefully that's with me and not with fucking Roger. I mean, y'all can keep saying it's crazy, like that's just how niggas feel. Like.
But you make it sound like us experiencing things together is you showing me something. We're both experiencing the same new thing together at the same time, right? So why is it?
I'm back. Go ahead.
Sorry, you want me to read the super chat?
No, I was saying, well, yeah, but I also was just saying it's both. I want to show you things, and your first time, my preference is that it be with me. Go ahead, you can read it. Go ahead.
All right, shout out to Real Bravado Network with a $10 super chat. A man doesn't mean he can't learn anything from you when he says, I want to show you the world. Good Lord, why all the damn extremes?
Bravado was popping. Should I drop the link?
Yeah,
Please drop the link because you know what, Bravado was. I had a lot of thoughts on last week's episode, and I really couldn't refute anything that he was saying. But I have a feeling I'm gonna have a lot to say to him today with that super chat.
Thank you, Kevin 3905, the $4.99 super chat. It's interesting that you ladies always assume the worst of men's intentions. This is why we prefer younger women. They don't think like that. Mr. Period. Kevin, come up here. You about to drop the link? Come up here.
Actually,
Kevin, come up here, Kevin. Come up here.
History tells us that it doesn't. Men have, as Hamp said, history. They go in, they take over villages, they take over the women and use them as they need to, and then move on to the next village.
Mm-hmm. And what's your intention?
These niggas aren't exposed to anything more than we are. Why do you think that you know so much more than we do, or you have something to show us?
If one of y'all said the world will run without men,
I didn't say that. I asked the question.
It should have looked like Detroit. Like the west side of Baltimore. If y'all was in shit, the trash all over the place. Shit, man.
Number one.
Why you think the women truckers go viral? Because only 7 of them. Like that's why they go viral. Come on, man. Oh, look. Bravado $72 super chat.
Yeah, drop that link. I'll be right there. Come on, RBN.
Come on
up here. Come on.
Somebody, I usually don't acknowledge like much of the chats. I just share them, but nobody's saying. See, that's the thing. You don't know. You find the right woman. We ain't telling her to sit around. But if you done too much shit that I'm into, you might become less desirable. Like if we having a conversation, you done this, you done that, you done that. I'm like, this nigga, man, shit.
I don't run into men like that though, Ham. Like when you said that, I want to say earlier, like the men I come, huh?
Yeah, those dates that don't pan out. See,
I don't tell them my whole life story in the beginning though.
You might tell them you just came off a girls trip and yada yada yada, cowabunga and all that. They like that.
No, I know how to talk to men. When I'm in real life on dates, I know how to talk to men. I really do.
Agent, look at me close.
I'm looking at you.
You are just having a conversation on a date, right?
Mm-hmm.
He mentions something. Oh yeah, I just came from this. I just came from that. It's just casual, regular shit. Especially in the city, everybody always talk about how much they travel and all that. All I'm telling you is, if a nigga disappearing, this could be a viable reason why. That's all.
He's not the one for me, and that's where I'm at in my life. He's just not the one for me, because if he's intimidated by my life experiences,
intimidation.
Well, I'm equating to that. You didn't say the word intimidation.
Let me talk, nigga. You know I love you, right?
I know.
Stop fucking mischaracterizing shit. It ain't about intimidation. These niggas ain't scared of you. You 5'3", 132 pounds. Ain't nobody scared of you.
First of all, I'm 5'6". Okay, 5'5.5".
Bro, is she 5'6"?
Retarded girl. I mean, bro, be quiet. You don't even know.
I'm 5'6".
No.
Hamp's 5'6". Hamp's 5'6" with a strong hand. I'm 5'6", thick thighs. You about 5'3". On a rainy day.
If it's not intimidation, what is it, Hamp?
It's just the preference of it. We want to do these things with you or show you these things. That's it.
No. But you gotta explain it though. Like why? What's the logic behind it?
That's your woman. We feel ownership. Right? She learns it through you. You're on the same page. We think that the outcomes are better. If you've done it before me, without me, it just doesn't create the same feeling. It's not the same excitement. Like, think about it. If my wife been to Japan, right? She like, oh yeah, I remember this. Like, fuck this shit, man.
What if she's a military brat here?
Well, I'm just saying, bro. This is how niggas feel. Like, I had this steak before. I've been to Ruth Chris. I say like it just don't have the same feel. That's all I'm saying. And we can try to dismiss men like, oh, it's superficial. It's no. It's just the feeling that you get when your woman get that feeling after you introduce her to something that you can't duplicate if she done everything already. That's all I'm saying.
So that goes back
you gotta do like Love said.
Right. That goes back again to reassessing your standards, because some women already have experienced this stuff through their families. So if I come across somebody and my dad is, I eat steaks every Friday because this is what we do. Is he going to be intimidated because my family has done this for years? We go to Ruth Chris every Friday to eat a steak. You have to think about that. That's where they have to reassess, because at that point,
you said a family tradition. My bad.
Yeah, if it is something a part of your family, because somebody put it in chat, and that was a good question. If your family does these things and they've traveled the world, and this is a normal thing for your families, not anything you went to with your boyfriend or anything like that, I think that's a point where the man needs to reassess who he thinks he should be with. Back to Dana's point, you are trying to be in a space with somebody that already have experienced these things, but I don't know if it's intimidation or it's just whatever the case is, they've already experienced this through childhood, just how they grow up.
Yeah, I think that has a different feel for sure. Like if you go on family vacation every year, I think that has a different feel. Like if I'm me hearing it, you know what I mean? It doesn't have the same as though, I'm out of college, we traveling around, or I went with some dude.
Okay, so that's what it is. It's as long as it's not with another dude or you've had this experience by yourself. As long as it's been a part of your family, part of your DNA, then it's all good.
I'm saying I think so. Okay. Yeah, I can't.
Bravado Network, $10 super chat. Thank you. I can explain it. Just had this very conversation with my grandfather yesterday. He married 62 years to my grandmother, or is accepting new information an issue? I'm not really sure I understand that.
Yeah, me neither.
Sounds like it's an issue for the men. Accepting new information, learning new things, being open and expanding their horizons. Because all of this sounds very narrow-minded to me.
Yeah, I mean, good thing you ain't a man.
When he gets up here.
Yeah, I don't think y'all could be men.
I want to be a man for 24 hours. I want to be a man for 24 hours. You already know what I'm gonna do first.
I just want to do the little helicopter thing.
I can't love that. I can imagine.
Child, I'll be the best man ever.
You know what's so crazy though? Is it a crime for him to want you to kind of have a similar frame of thinking?
No, it's not a crime at all. And like Love said, if that's because you said it's a preference. So if that's what your preference is, that's perfectly fine. More power to you. That just means it doesn't align with my preferences. And so we're not meant to be, we're not aligned. And that's there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not easy, right? And life has been changing. So yeah, men have like a similar mind frame as they did back in the day. But back in the day, we used to get married a lot sooner. So we didn't have to have these discussions. But now we still have the mind frame, but I feel like things have changed. We want things of yesteryear, but we're not getting married as soon. Women are working and doing well for themselves, so on and so forth. That's why we're asking the question.
Ham, I have a question for you. Is there another question that we had lined up? Because I believe we did. I don't see it yet.
I'm not even looking in the chat. Nina, what's up?
Hey, okay, so I'm really shy and I don't even want to be on here long. I'm just gonna chime in and then Hamp, go easy on me because I know you are not to be played with. And I'm actually
don't run from that man, Nita. Say what you gotta say, girl.
And I'm actually reading from my notes because I just wanna I don't want to lose my train of thought. Okay, so I may be a little jaded. Because I have a lot of dating experience, but I mean, so I'm from Chicago, and a lot of the men here are very, very toxic. So maybe, unfortunately, maybe I need to go to different places and find a different pool of men because I don't get out much. I work. I go home. I kind of have this joke with my mom that like maybe my husband is gonna have to like work for Amazon, or maybe he's gonna be like a Uber driver, Lyft driver, because I don't really get out that much to see men. But a lot of the experiences that I've had recently, I feel like you could be everything that that man is looking for. And if it's too healthy for a toxic man, he will self-sabotage it. And I'm speaking from experience. This has literally happened to me several times. I'll give you the last two guys that I've dated. The the conversations were almost identical, almost like they were reading from a script. You're great. You're everything I'm looking for. I'm sorry, I'm not ready. I mean, I'm not the best man for you. You deserve better. I'm like, wow, really? Like, and I mean, so I'm 34. I have my own place. I have a good job. I pay all my own bills. I get my own hair and nails done. I have standards, but I'm friendly and I'm soft. But I feel like and I'm saying toxic men because there are healthy men out there that exist where if you're healthy, you won't run them away. But I feel like if the man is toxic, he will try to self-sabotage a healthy situation. Because if that woman is soft, she's not in your pocket, she's taking care of herself, you're everything that they're looking for. What is the problem? Oh, I'm so sorry. You deserve better. I mean, can you chime in on this?
Well, I was going to say, because you think
can everybody hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but y'all gotta wait though. So, Nina, where were these guys from? The same area, the same place? Were they transplants to Chicago? Like, what's the concept?
No, from here. So one of the guys I actually worked with, which I don't normally do. I don't normally date people I work with, but we were friends first. We were friends for 3 years. Like, took a trip together. You know, we were never intimate. Like, that was my homie. But we always kind of like had feelings for each other. So he eventually finally, I guess, worked up the courage to ask me to be in a relationship with him. And I literally watched this man sabotage it. Like, the last conversation we had was, you're a great woman and I feel like you deserve better. So I don't know.
Did you give him some cheeks?
Nope, because we were only dating 2 months. And for me, I don't feel comfortable. Nina. What? What?
Yo, wait. Nina.
Wait.
Come on now.
Wait. No, let me explain. Let me give you some more background. For one, so when we were friends for 3 years, he's one of those people where it's like everything is cool, then you don't hear from him, and then he come back, and then it's like nothing ever happened, and then he disappear, and then he come back. So it's like, why would I feel comfortable laying down with you and you always disappearing? Like, make it make sense.
Wait, can you say he's from where? Chicago?
He's from Chicago, girl.
Oh, most of the same guy
dated. Toxic.
So, Nina, 2 months is crazy, bro.
You think so?
Yeah, don't listen to Steve Harvey.
Nina, can I say this?
Nina, hold on. Nina, niggas don't fuck with Steve Harvey, bro. My camera done fell. All the all the niggas that you gonna like don't fuck with Steve Harvey. All right. Like, even the baby knocked down the camera when you said too much. Like, come on now. If he's a disappearing act, why give him a chance in the first place?
You know what? That was dumb. I will accept accountability for that. Honestly, because we had a genuine friendship. And so, like, when he did pop up and he wanted to be in a relationship, I'm thinking, well, finally, like, what took you so long? Like, we have great chemistry. We have fun together. Like, you know, like, when you're friends with somebody and you just click. You just click, like, you have the same ideas on life. You like the same music. Like a male version of myself.
Let me tell you what happened. He was trying to get some pussy for 2 years. So
3 years, probably.
3. Good God Almighty! You like sis? Look, somebody call sis. So what happened was He pandering. He like, yeah, I like that. Now he got to go home and Google who Pink Floyd is because you said you like Pink Floyd.
No, that makes sense.
Right? So that's all he's doing. He's trying to muster up nothing. He just trying to play a role, play that card in a different way. And so that's all he was doing for all that time. And there ain't no such thing as y'all was genuine friends if you knew he liked you.
Okay.
Yeah, that statement is in itself. You know what I'm saying? Because let me ask you a question. What was I don't want to say. I like saying names. I don't be caring. But this nigga, he's a weirdo. So it's Albert. So if you call Albert at 2 a.m. and say, "Yo, I'm feeling froggy," is he gonna leap?
You talking about the guy that I was saying? Oh yeah, for sure, definitely.
That's not your friend.
True. That makes sense.
Yeah,
bitter pill to swallow, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. At a point, and if it happened twice, now the second time, fool me once, fool me twice. Now, Nina, now we gotta look in the mirror. Okay, how do I really assess these niggas?
Yeah, that's true. And then one more thing I'll say, and then I'll get off. Wait, let me look at my notes.
Everybody else, you have to get off. You're doing good. She doing good, right? She doing good.
No, Nina, stay.
Guys,
Nina, you sound like you're talking about somebody that I did the same thing with. So, girl,
it's so
Nina, they always got a one up. She always gonna know something, know somebody that did.
Because you know what, I feel for her. I feel for her.
Now, Nina, I will say you almost made Kev waterboard himself when you made that nigga wait too much.
You think? Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. See it from my perspective. Just put yourself in my shoes for 1 second.
No, we ain't doing that. But Nina, go to your second one. That was good. We ain't doing that. Go to the second one.
Okay. Let me see. Oh, here's another one. I feel like a lot of men are not what they're looking for and would not even date themselves because these guys, you ask them what they're looking for, and they don't exhibit the same traits. Like for me, honestly, this is a guy's honest truth. If I was a man, I would have been wifey. Like I am what I want to date. Seriously. Like I listen, I'm understanding, I'm cool, I'm easy to get along with, I cook, my crib is clean. Like, what more do you want? The only thing is,
go ahead, Nina.
You're soft too. You said that, right? You said you're soft, right?
Yeah.
So you want them to be soft too?
Oh well, no. I mean, soft when it comes to me, but I want him to be rough enough to be able to make me feel safe and to take care of me. But
now hold your horses, though, Playboy. So now you see his traits got to start to change a little bit. So he can't be as soft as you.
True. That's true. I don't want him as soft as me.
Can he be emotional?
I want him to be in touch with his emotions, but not overly emotional. Because
Can he be soft spoken?
Uh-oh.
Girl. I mean, I want
you lost us.
Okay, no. Okay, so honestly, soft spoken, I want somebody that can be firm when they need to be firm. I don't need somebody overly aggressive. I think what I'm looking for is somebody that knows what they want. They can be firm. They can make me feel safe, but they're in touch with their emotions, but they're not as emotional as me because women are emotional. And I don't want my guy to be as emotional as me. And I'm a Cancer. So you know what they say about cancers, crybaby cancers.
Yeah.
I don't want him to be as emotional as me.
I'm gonna let the fellas, Kevin and Real Bravado, get in real quick. But I just want to ask you. So now that we kind of chopped up the fable a little bit, would you actually date yourself?
For sure, yes.
But Nina, hold your horses. I didn't know they was that country up there. Okay, learn something new every day.
Oh no, you know what? All of our grandparents are from the South. That's
yeah. The Great Migration.
All our grandparents are from the South.
Nah, no question. I'm just joking. But when we started naming the great traits that you have as a woman, when we put those on that man, you like, I don't know about that. Right? So he's gonna have to differ in a lot of ways. Bravado, you trying to get in? What's popping?
Yeah. So I got my own laundry list. I got some for Dana, but I'm gonna start with Nina. Nina, person of the few minutes I've been listening to your personality, great personality. I think you're.
Thank you so much.
I think you got a lot of things that a lot of ladies don't have, which is some good insight, which is workable. But do me a favor.
Yes.
Stop calling men toxic that don't want you. Just because they don't, Miss Nina, just because they don't want you, that doesn't mean that they're toxic. Number two, because I know we got a lot to get through. Number two, a lot of times when you hear a man tell you, hey, you deserve better, that we are conditioned to not hurt your feelings unless we just absolutely are disgusted by you. So when a man is telling you, hey, I know you can do better, or he's playing like that, or he's not, when a man wants a woman, I'm gonna tell you this right now, when a man wants a woman, he is as definitive as can get. There's no such thing as, oh, you can do better. If you're the woman that I want, I am the better. So a lot of times our ladies, you don't understand, we're programmed to let you down easy, and we're taught how to do it to make you feel good about yourself. So so when you hear that kind of rhetoric, understand you need to tell yourself he just don't want me, or there's something that went down and he's backing out. Either he feels some type of way because he waited 3 years and then when you gave him the go ahead for a relationship and you made him wait another 2 months, he was like, oh, I'm out of here. But then he wanted to be able to circle back if he could be. That's where the you deserve better, I need to work on myself, all that crap comes from. So,
and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you
go
off.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I really appreciate that, and I will receive and accept that, because I understand that if a man wants you, he'll be with you. I get that, but at the same time, I also
there is
feel
no
like
at the same time. He will be with you if he wants to be with you, and he has the opportunity to be with you. He will be with you if he wants you. There is no but.
I understand.
Every guy up here.
Let her finish her thought.
That's what I was gonna say. Let her talk.
Finish.
I appreciate that. Thank you. No, I accept that. I get that. The thing that I'm saying is, I feel like, okay, he could have been trying to let me down easy. That's true. Only him and God knows. But I can only go by what he said, and I can only go by, I'm very self-aware. Me and him both had conversations, and he's not really the type of person to bite his tongue, for one. If there's something that I did that he didn't like, I feel like we had this type of friendship where he could be open. Like I said, I liked him so much, I even cooked for him. I cooked for him. He loved it. He said, I'm a great cook. Like he said, it's probably the fact that I didn't sleep with him within 2 months. But like, coming from a woman's perspective, for me personally, I feel like it was too soon for me to feel that comfortable. Like, we were friends. I don't feel that comfortable with you on that level to take it there within 2 months, because I got to make sure you're not playing with me. And good thing that I waited, because you can't, for me, that's crazy. You can't wait more than 2 months. So it's like, is that what you really wanted? Like,
he waited more than 2 months. He waited 3 years for you.
We were friends for 3 years.
I don't care what.
So why should
He's not your friend. Hemp told you that from jump. You got to accept that. Men are not friends with women. We're not friends with you.
I hear that.
No, you're not hearing it, because you keep going back to, but we were friends. You are not friends. This man was into you. So for him, from his perspective, it was a 3-year investment. For you, it was 2 months.
I get that, but can I finish this statement?
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm trying to say is, okay, I hear what you're saying, but just hear my perspective. Why would I want to lay down with somebody? Again, for me, I know I'm very traditional and old-fashioned. I get I may sound very old-fashioned. I'll accept that. But why would I want to lay with somebody that I'm not even in a relationship with? Like, me and you kicked it hard, went on a trip, had a good time, like, go to the beach, listen to music, sip wine, cool, the homie. But it's like, we weren't at that place for me to have that level of comfort to be laying down with them. But it's like, okay, now that I'm actually in a relationship with you, do you think that, oh, I'm just supposed to drop the jaws because, oh, you my man now? No, like, you have to show me that I can trust you not to disappear like you did in our friendship. Because when we weren't in a relationship, you're here, you're gone, you're here, you're going, hey, what's up? You been good? Where you been for 6 months? Like, does anybody understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, and I want the ladies to jump in.
Thank you.
I don't think he was.
Hold on. Let love, because Asia been impatient. Go ahead.
What I'm gonna say is this: that's the schizophrenic mind of a man. Schizophrenic mind of a man, because you want a woman that's not sleeping around with a lot of different men. And when this woman is showing you she's virtuous and is chaste, that's looked at as a negative. Nigga, you made her wait 3 years, 2 months, or whatever it is. That doesn't make any sense. You all want we said a podcast before, traditional marriages or traditional men with not traditional women. He had a traditional woman in his face, saw how she was, and now the men are sitting there saying you made him wait too long. He was never, just wasn't that into you or whatever. That's ludicrous. And Nina, I hear you. We have all experienced that at some point in our lives. And so men will sit there and say, y'all got too many bodies. But when we are showing and are expressing that we don't have all these bodies, we really are waiting for the right person, then it's a problem then too. And that's the schizophrenic mind of a man. And that's why she's up here now. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Please tell me why.
Super chat.
So Sway Producing. Thank you, Sway Producing. I think you're online right now for the $4.99 super chat. Laugh out loud. Women want to be men for 24 hours to find out that they can't pull no box, or let alone a date. I can pull all the box when I get my penis. Thank you, Mike Brown, for $2 super chat. Hamp, the new Kendra G.
What?
Mike Brown, $2 super chat. Nina, I need my coins back. 2 months. Now, ladies, thank you, Mike. Mike Brown is giving up the dollar bills tonight.
All the pampers.
Do y'all think Nina gave up the box to someone else in 3 years? Good question, Mike. Spot like that. I'll let one of your other ladies.
We know that. Dwayne with the $5 super chat. Any man that really wants to understand women, be a side dude for a season. From my experience, that's where you get the whole truth. Nay, you wanted to jump in? Yeah. Well, Nina, you got some cheeks in that 3 years though, right?
I don't kiss and tell.
That means yes.
Good job, Nina. Good job.
Nina, I just want to ask you a question.
Let me ask hold on, Nate. Let me ask one question real quick.
Ahead.
Nina, does body count matter?
Girl.
I'm gonna say yes. Because I understand for men, I expect the men to have a higher body count. I'm just gonna say yes. I feel like it does.
Go ahead, Nate.
I just want to ask you. You said y'all went on a trip together. Did you go on a trip when y'all were friends, or did you go on the trip when y'all?
When we were friends, we went on a trip, had a ball. Not like when I tell you that was the homie. That was the homie. And I'm just like,
Nina,
it sucks. Whole friendship. Okay, that wasn't my friend.
She had a good time.
Nina,
she had a really good time. You see that? You see that?
Okay.
Good time.
Okay. Because I've been there, and I'm not going to judge you, right? But as you're talking, I'm like, I already know the men are probably like, and that's where you fucked up. Because you went on a trip with him. As a friend. I don't know how long the trip was. I don't know where you went. Now you're like,
5 days.
Like, okay, okay, y'all went on a trip for 5 days. Y'all had 2 separate beds, 2 separate rooms?
Okay, don't kill me.
Same room. Same room.
No. I'll be honest. I'm so transparent. We were so close. We slept in the same bed, but we didn't have sex. It was nothing sexual, but that's how close we were.
So he was waiting you out. I've been there.
God be my witness.
He was waiting you out.
That's how close we were.
Okay, but he was waiting you out.
We believe you, but that's the problem.
And then he figured, all right, so I mean, let me see it. It's like this. You going on trips and stuff. So all right, cool. Then you got with him, and he's like, okay, it should have been automatic. You kept saying he was like, he the homie. He probably realized you was looking at him as the homie because you made him wait another 2 months. Not saying that's a bad thing to make him wait, but At the same time, he's looking at it like that. And I'm saying that because I have been there. I was like, is he from here? Because he said he was describing the same type of person I was last week.
He's from here. He's from Chicago. But
yeah,
let me tell you.
That's
let me
really
tell
what
you
it
something.
is. You were making him wait, and he's looking at it like, well, why would you make me wait? We done already took a trip together, we slept in the same bed, we did all this stuff, and now y'all together. He wants to solidify the relationship. Not that means you have to solidify it, but
because he's a runner, he's a track star. He disappeared.
I've been there.
And he comes back. So
Can I?
So then why did you get with him knowing that?
You dated that man for 3 years.
We didn't date for 3 years.
You dated that man for 3 years, extracted resources from him, spent time with him, slept in the same beds with him, went on trips with him.
Slept in the same bed once.
That's one time too many.
So
that's one time too many. Listen, you're a really sweet girl. You're a really sweet girl. So I'm not gonna jump down your throat or nothing like that. But I'm telling you, from a man's perspective, you dated him for 3 years. He waited. He listened to your traumas with all the other men. He counseled you. He was your friend. He was in your corner. He was your cheerleader. And then when you dated him, you still was like, nah, I'm not comfortable. He's like, what?
Because he always running away. Of course I would
still
be
chose
comfortable.
to be with him, knowing that he runs away.
I will accept that, but I just couldn't do it because in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, well, how long are you here for this time?
So, Miss Nina, this is real TJ from Real Brought Up, Miss Nina, and all the ladies on the panel. I think the ladies can understand this to a degree. This is why you do not friend zone your men.
He was never friend zone.
Listen, yes, he was in a friend zone for 3 years.
Yeah, he was.
If you are not interested in romantically dating a guy, it's business and it's I'll see you in passing. You do not sit up there and try to keep this friendship, casual lunch dinners and stuff like that, especially if you know the guy is dealing with you. Love called it like the schizophrenic mind of a man. Stop taking shots at dudes and how we process stuff. We're up here to educate you about the pathology, how men do this. Nina, you do not give off Thoughtsilla vibes at all. You do not give that off at all. You don't give off disagreeable. You give off a girl that somebody can work with. You know what I mean? And so we're up here trying to give you the game from the way men see it. And we're doing it to educate you because we want you, when you do select, that you're selecting with all the ammunition that you need to select an appropriate guy. You cannot sit there and friend zone a guy and then all of a sudden pick him up later and then get upset when he decides. Now, something in you decided not to do it, because you said he was flighty. Because he was in and out, you should have never even entertained going to a dating status with a guy that you already knew was an in and out guy, which can create additional issues and problems and stuff like that. And also it messes with your emotional well-being, because you're like, damn, I'm this type of woman, and I finally broke down and gave this guy a chance, and now he dipping, and now you feeling some type of way. So and that's why more men we're not your friends. We're not your friends. We're not your friends. We're not your friends. We can be cool. There are ladies I'm cool with, but none of them are my friends.
Can I just say one quick thing and then, Love, you can go? I know you're waiting to talk, Love, but I just have to say this one thing. He was never friend zoned. That's the gag. He was never friend zoned.
You don't understand.
Wait. Please let me get this thought off.
Go ahead.
Then you can go. He was never friend zoned.
I ain't gonna beat you up.
He knew from the jump that I liked him. I made that clear. The first time we hung out was a date on the beach. It was the schizophrenic thing that Love is talking about. He took me on a date to the beach. We listened to music. We had a picnic. We got some fruit, some sandwiches from the grocery store, and just kicked it. And going forward, he knew that he was never friend zoned. He knew that I liked him, but disappearing, that's what I'm talking about. Take me on dates. We go out after work, kick it, and then I wouldn't hear from him for a couple months. and then it would
No
repeat himself. And he never got any cheeks, but he knew that I liked him, and he made it clear that he liked me because we were always going out. So, I mean, I just had to throw that out there. I don't want you to assume he was friend zone because he never was friend zone.
I think Nate's assessment is spot on. Go ahead, Miss Love.
So I want to just, because I want the other men to be able to talk. So I'm going to say this and I'm going to move on. And so, real bravado, you took offense unnecessarily. What I was, and then maybe you didn't understand or comprehend what I said. I said that's the schizophrenic mind of a man. By when men sit there and say they want a chaste woman, a virtuous woman with not a lot of bodies, and then when she said she made him wait for a certain amount of time, it was looked at as a negative. And that's what I'm talking about, because that showcases that she's not out just giving up to anybody and everybody. So that's what I was saying. So I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I'm not going back and forth with you about this. I just wanted to provide that clarifying statement. And I think we should probably let some of the other men talk. They've been up here for a minute.
Yeah.
So let me get some. Yeah. What's popping? My bad. Let me just get some little bit of order real quick. I'm not sure if Bravado actually spoke up on that. I know me and Kev was on camera, so you could see but we were saying the reason why he might have been deterred from her, not necessarily saying good, bad, or indifferent. We just saying, oh, that's the reason why he might have got up out of there, especially since that nigga waited 4.5 years. So that's all that was. Now, Kev,
I want y'all to watch May's face as I make this statement because she's laughing at the truth. Every time Nina describes the time she spent with this guy, it was absolutely fantastic. It's all over her face. She had a great time. She dated this man for 3 years. No cheats. He was disappearing because he was going to go get cheats. You would still be with this man right now today if you had gave that man some cheats.
I was about to say that.
I promise.
I don't know. I don't know.
And
can I say one thing?
And Nina, I don't know if it's this guy win. Good attitude, you're so lighthearted, you got a lot of good stuff going on. This is what we were saying when she as though she's been through.
Can anyone hear him?
Can I say one thing?
Quite a bit.
Sway.
Go ahead, Sway. Kev, your mic went out.
I was just gonna say this, Nina. I agree to what a lot of the men are saying, but I will say this: you aren't ugly. I don't think you think you're ugly. I think you're a cute girl. If you look the way you look, right, and you find that man attractive and you like him, that means other women are gonna also find him attractive and like him. And if y'all think y'all could play games for 3 years, no box, in 2020, whatever time, like I get it, maybe back in the day when people had standards, but y'all fought for sexual liberation and all this freedom, and it's been across the board where coochie is pretty cheap to get if you're an attractive guy. So I just think you guys got to be more aware of what men want and what kind of men you want and what they want from you. And I think that's just a talking point that I think a lot of women haven't necessarily figured out yet. Even the men that you guys do want, a lot of times we think it's Tupac in a suit or Jesus and, you know what I mean, or Clark Kent and Superman at the same time. But I mean, let's just say the guys you do want, the good men, I don't think they're most men in every culture. I think it's always going to be about 25% at max. That's not going to be enough for all of y'all. And most of y'all think y'all deserve that. And if y'all not willing to share them, I don't understand how most of y'all going to get those outcomes you want. A lot of you guys are going to feel like you're going to have to settle.
I hear that. And I appreciate what you said. I get that. But my thing is, he knew the type of woman that I was before he asked to be with me. He knew that, so I made it clear, like, I want us to take our time. I really don't want to rush because for me, like I said, I was already on guard because I know that he's a runner. And I know it seems like I'm being repetitive, but I made that clear to him, like, I'm not there yet because, to be honest, I didn't trust him in that way. I didn't feel emotionally safe and secure. And I told him, like, I would prefer for us to not rush into anything. So he knew that. So I mean, if he had a problem with that, then maybe he should have made that clear. Maybe we should have just been friends. I don't know. I hear you, but
I'll say one thing, Nita, and I'll leave it alone. In my opinion, it's a dub because a lot of times it could be to a situation to where you give him the box and and he got what he wanted. You know, your guy was sticking the friend zone for so long just for the box, and then he's out and he's dealing with whoever he wants. Now he might stay, but at this point, I wouldn't risk it. I just say it's a lost cause and just keep it pushing and find somebody else you can actually grow that trust with. It's kind of like too long, too shaky at this point.
Amen.
Yeah. Amen to that.
Amen.
Want me to read the super chat first, Hamp?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike Brown, $5. Thanks, Nina. Someone hit for low, and guess who isn't getting smoke on the show? The nigga that got off with cream. Younger is better.
What?
Do y'all know what that means? I don't know what that means.
No. I was gonna say, Nina. I said one of the things that we always discuss is how we're choosing men, and then dealing with the consequences. So your intuition told you in the beginning that he was a runner, and you should have ran with him the other direction.
I agree.
We have to really start choosing better, and as soon as that is shown, let it go, because it wasn't even worth it. And because ultimately you were dating him for 3 years, and he knew you knew he was a runner, so he was just going back and forth in between.
Yeah, no, that sounds right.
Last thing on Nina, because I know Bravado had a question. Beans was good. I know Sway might have had a question for the panel as well. Nina, question: when you said y'all slept in the same bed on the trip,
did
he try anything?
Nope.
That nigga dick was hard as algebra 2, and he ain't tried nothing in that bed.
And you know what's crazy is that I was surprised he didn't try anything, because again, he was clear that I was attracted to him. Didn't try anything and was not affectionate at all.
You shake that ass on his dick?
No, none of that.
See, man, you do that. It's gonna be pretty hard for him not to.
Yeah, y'all didn't dance
in bed. How you not cuddling with him? But y'all got like a pillow in between.
Literally, we were just like laying in the bed, like regularly. Like we weren't cuddling. I was on my side, he was on his side. It was no cuddling, nothing.
Nina, please stop.
Somebody else, Nina.
Tell what's his name? Albert, look.
Let's just call him Albert.
Yeah, call him
Albert. You're a weirdo, my nigga.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks so.
Huh?
I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks he's weird.
Can I get an age?
So I'm 34. I think he's 29. He'll actually be 29 next month. And we went on this trip last summer. So yeah, he was like 27, going on 28. Yeah, so he's 29. There is an age difference because I'm 34 and he's turning 29.
Nina, this is one big red flag. Let me tell you, sis. Honestly,
red flag.
This man is one big red flag, and so honestly, you dodged a bullet. There's no need to even waste any more brain energy on this man. He's not worth it. This was a total.
Keep it pushing.
Yeah, keep it pushing, girl. Ain't even
and he had the audacity to say I was too good for him right before my birthday.
Yeah, never listen.
Girl,
he doesn't even deserve to be talked about anymore. He doesn't deserve to be talked about anymore. He was a sentence in your life, not even a page or a chapter or a paragraph.
Did he ghost you?
And who cares? Good if he did. Who cares?
He didn't go.
Albert is a non-mother effing factor. I don't want to talk about Albert anymore. I don't. Albert.
I agree. God bless that man.
Yeah, the hell with him, man. Tell him I said take a long walk off a short rooftop. Corny ass nigga. All right.
If he wasn't blocked, then I could tell him that, but he's blocked.
Yeah, well, don't unblock him, please. He probably gonna try to sleep over again and not do nothing.
Right.
All right, so Nina, you can stay on. You might as well. You're doing good.
No, I'm too shy. I don't want to see myself on the screen.
Girl, you ain't shy. You done been up here.
Is it cool if I drop the link for Kev?
Do I have them?
I think I just want to go back into the chat.
Yeah, go ahead. Copy it again, Sway. My bad.
What's up with the men not being on camera today?
Thank you, Hamp. Like there's 3 men not on camera.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was kind of rushing when I brought everybody up, so I apologize. But yeah, the ladies, they make the rule on that if they want y'all to get on the camera.
All 3 of y'all.
Oh, tree, yeah. Like Birdman and shit, right? I think it was 5 of them in the room. Birdman said 3. All right, so let's get to it. Question: who was up here first, love?
Bravado was up here, and then Sway, and then Beans. But they didn't cam up, so only Bravado can talk though. Only Bravado can talk because nobody else cammed up but him. So
all right, let's do it. So Bravado, question, comment, or smoke?
Comment. And this is a comment for Towards Love at the beginning before Nina got on, talking about, the whole issue with men wanting to, I want you to experience things with us first, or want us to be your first experience. I mentioned in the super chat about my grandfather being married to my grandmother for 62 years. One of the biggest misconceptions is that men don't value the bond, that we don't emotionally bond. When my grandparents talk about their experiences and their life experiences with each other, they are grateful that each one of those life experiences were with each other. And for men, it is also a brag and a flex that he is able to show his woman something. Not that he can't learn from his woman. My grandmother taught my grandfather a lot of things. But we as men, we love to introduce, to show you, to bring to you. It's that hunt, kill, and bring the prey back syndrome for us. That's what we like to do. So for it to be some kind of negative thing that our men would like for you to experience experience as much as you can with us, that's not a selfish or controlling thing. It's just who we are. And it's like you ladies have an issue with who we are.
So is it a bragging? Okay, thank you. So is it a bragging or not bragging, but is it ego stroke? Is that what it is? It makes you feel
all of it. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's all of it. And it's not, and for us on this panel, I think we all grew up in the late 80s through the 90s through the early 2000s on this panel.
Not me, I'm the youngest. I'm 24.
Our generation, we're looking at relationship and dating vastly different because we were raised in it vastly different than I would say my grandfather's generation. So when I hear us talking about what we have expectations for, both sides, the men and the women, I hear us talking, and all I see in us is failure. But I look at my grandparents' generation, and I see 62 years. So somebody ain't doing something right. It's either the generation that survived at 62 years or 50 years or until death, or they got it wrong and we got it right, or it's the other way around. So we up here doing all of this, taking shots at how we are as men and how we are as women. Just look at the outcomes it's producing. That's all you got to do.
Can I add 2 things to that? I think one of the main reasons is a lot of the toxic misinformation given in the manosphere. I feel like people give out a lot of bad advice, and I feel like it's almost like a battle between men and women. And I think that contributes to a lot of dysfunctional relationships. I almost feel like so many men hate women today. Honestly, it's sad. And also I feel like the time is different because, and it's so funny because I was just talking about this with my mom today. Back in the day, women were in a different position. The times were different. Not only were they more traditional, but women were almost in a space where they didn't have as much job experience, maybe not as much education. So they kind of depended on that man. And, a lot of our grandfathers have, different families, that we didn't know about until later, or, but he always came back home. He had his wife and his family here, but he would go out and then create other families. But there was always that woman he always came back to. Today, women have an education, job experience, and the women today are just not willing to put up with a lot of the things that our grandmothers
Miss Nina
put up with, honestly.
Why do you
one thing. So I got the timer going. So
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But let's try to keep your comment or even an answer to a question. Let's try to keep it within that 50-second, because 50 seconds will be a lifetime on a cast.
Oh, true. Okay.
I want to chime in on that one, if you guys don't mind. Hold
on, Bravado kind of jumped in first, so go ahead, Bravado. You wanted to answer it, and then Kev, you can go right after him, and then I want to get I think it was Sweat or Love. You let me know after those three. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Bravado.
Trying to learn y'all rules as we go along here.
That's all good.
No, Miss Nina, I hear what you're saying, but there's something to be said for the fact that that generation and the generation after have the longest history of marriage. Black women, the biggest misconception about that generation is that the Black women did not work. They had to work. They worked right alongside their Black men, and they brought money and income and resources into the house. And our ladies today want to brag about your education. Your education as a woman is not a flex for a man. That's not how we pick you. Nina, you are you're 34. You seem to be as natural as they can come today. You're very easy to talk to, very easy to look at. That's what we go to first with a woman. Your education, your financial resources, those are all just benefits to the right man. They're not what we judge you on. And our women think that's what you are, that's what you should be judged on, but that's not how men pick women. That's all.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
Because Kev wanted to address the same point, and then I'm gonna let Sway address the same point too. I think that'd be dope to get the men's perspective on that. Go ahead, Kev.
Kev, your mic is messed up again.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm on mute now. Along with his point as well, I was going to say something similar. All the way back to biblical times, women worked. The Proverbs 31 woman, she worked. Women have always worked. It's a misnomer that women did not work in earlier generations. Women have always worked and always helped provide it for the household. We're just getting less for more now as men. That's what's going on, and that's what we're trying to explain to the ladies of our generation, but the correction is coming across as hate somehow, and we don't understand why. That's it.
Sway, you there? I think one of the keys is, though, Kev and Bravado, do you think the key... Oh, come on, Sway. You good? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I was just touching on what Bravado said about the education part. I understand the men's sentiment about women boasting their education, like it's a major factor in how we pick you guys and something we should choose based on you guys. It's not something to brag about, but I won't say it doesn't help. Like, it helps, but you have to understand that you guys being all boastful and braggy, like, that in general really isn't attractive. Like, it's not even necessarily about the degree. Like, anything you guys really brag about to think that, should be validated, for some reason in men's brain, it's kind of just unattractive. I think if you were more humble about it and you just showed it with your actions, I don't think any man is wrong with you guys being smart and educated. I think that helps with your children. I think it shows in the stats. A lot of times in the stats, it does show educated women are the ones getting married, and I think are the ones lasting at this point. So I don't say it won't help, but the bragging part is I think a lot of men's problem with it. And that's just from my perspective.
Ladies.
Are you saying that when you come across women, they're talking about, I got a master's degree. You're at dinner and they're just talking about their master's degree?
That's not my experience. I'm just more so
I'm asking it for the men on the panel. Is that what you all are experiencing?
Can you say that one more time, bro? I'm sorry.
Are you all experiencing women when you're going on a date with them, or when you're initially meeting them, they're talking about, I got a master's? Is that what you're experiencing?
Here, it comes into play. Let me tell you something. It comes into play because I'm around a tremendous amount of educated women based on my profession. I'm around with, I I have a doctorate. I'm around other ladies with masters and all this stuff. It becomes a problem when you're in the dating world, and then you guys are starting to think about going somewhere exclusively with each other, and then you start having those conversations about comes the thing, the problem, because a lot of guys want a degree of traditionalism out of our women, but our women start talking about, when you start listing, like Nina, I'm not picking on Nina, but when she starts picking about, I can pay my own this, that, and I got my apartment, I got my car, I got my education. Those are all great, but for most men, let me say, most character productive driven men, the kind of men that most women want to marry, those things are not as important to us, because if we marry you, we are going to bring you into our environment, into our world. You having a home is inconsequential to us. You having all of these trinkets are inconsequential to us. Trust and believe you me. My grandfather says that, I was talking to him yesterday about it. He said his job, he goes, I can care less about the house that I bought your grandmother. My grandfather has a pretty big house. He goes, that's for her. I just want a place to lay my head, a good meal, and her to give me some every now and again. So all of that bravado around the things that you ladies are proud to have, and they are phenomenal. They are absolutely useful if you use them for the benefit of the family you create with this man. If you use it as a sledgehammer or a weapon against him, or a weapon to not be cooperative with him, and cooperation doesn't mean that you just fall up under his boot. That just means say yes sometimes. I was talking to a lady today. Everything with her and her man was no. Say yes sometimes. Say yes. That's cooperation.
Can I add something or just ask something?
Yes.
Y'all gotta stop saying y'all don't care about that shit. Like, because if I were unemployed and living at home,
Dana.
Excuse me, real bravado. May I finish my statement, please?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. If I were unemployed and living at home with my parents, y'all would care. I would not be attractive to you. You're not going to sit here and tell me that that's something that doesn't matter to you whatsoever, because you're going to take me into your wing and bring me into the fold of your world, and everything is going to be all gravy. Like, you may not care if I have a master's degree or multiple degrees or whatever. Maybe that in particular is not so appealing, or it's not a factor for you. But y'all got to stop saying like that shit just doesn't matter. We don't care about that shit, because I call straight cap on that. That's bullshit.
They also don't want to go digger either. You also don't want to go digger. You don't want.
I'm unemployed and I live with my parents. So what do? I'm just waiting for my husband.
So, Miss Dana,
I have an answer for that.
I do have a question, Miss Dana.
Sure.
Why do you think we that we do care?
Because
about
because I date, and I've had conversations. I date men, and I've had conversations with men, and this is what they say. And I think that that's absolute bullshit. I've never met a single man who has dated somebody who was unemployed and living at home with their parents, a bum bitch.
I was just.
We're not talking about a bum bitch.
That's exactly what you're describing.
Once upon a time, women were at home with their parents before they moved on to their.
Well, honey, we talking about 2023, okay? Are we talking about your grandparents, or we talking about you? We talking about.
And I'm talking about, and therein lies my original statement. Back to my statement is we out here with all these ideas, and our generation has the biggest gap between the black men and black women. But we're talking like we actually, like each one of us got the game and gone with it, but we out here single as French toast with two separate houses, and the economy being run on our backs because we got to buy two sets of everything because we won't get together over nonsense.
Real bravado, even if we lived the life that our grandparents lived, at the end of the day, even if we took Dana's scenario where I am living home with my father, you still have to be able to have that lifestyle, even if you're rolling me into your life. As I said earlier to him, if I have traveled the world and my father has afforded me this, you have to be able to give that to me. And if you don't have it, then if you don't have it, then it's not going to work.
If your father was in that upper echelon then you need to find your man in that space.
But again, I'm not supposed to be looking. You're supposed to be finding me, sir.
And
that's what your grandfather found your grandmother. See, y'all want to pick and choose, but the reality is your grandfather found your grandmother and
who was willing.
She was willing. She was willing, but her father made sure that he was able to provide that lifestyle that she had, if not more.
Actually, my grandmother's parents disowned her.
Yeah,
yeah. But because my grandfather was poor, he ain't poor now. But he was a poor man.
Traditionally, back in the day, you had to show that you were able to take care of a daughter. Or either you were, as in some cases overseas where they do arranged marriages, they look at your assets. They look at your level of where you are in the country. If you can't afford her, it goes back to what I said originally, then that's not where you need to be looking.
In Roe, I absolutely agree. And our ladies in mass need to start requiring men that could be able to afford them. The problem, I have no problem with that. The issue comes in is our women come along after they've been ran through by nug them with their kids, talking about they want to be taken care of. What you rolling your eyes at for, love? You know that's the truth.
Because you sound stupid. That's why she rolling her eyes.
And what's so stupid about what I'm saying?
Go ahead and finish your stupid statement.
I'm just saying. Well, if my statement is so stupid, look at the numbers in our generation. What's stupid is what's going on with us. And the fact of the matter is that 75% of our generation were raised in single mother households who did not have their fathers around, who are not married. 25% of our generation of women are only married. 75% of our women are not. Only 33% of our men are married. Our generation of how we assess this, how we interact with each other, how we try to negotiate this is stupid. Both sides of this is actually very stupid because we're thinking we're saying something that's not providing any real outcomes for each other.
Killing me. John the Baptist with the $5 super chat. Dana, there are men who will spend their whole life working to provide for a submissive, feminine woman. I think a lot of it comes. It's not. I think we got to listen. I don't give a fuck if we like it or not. I think we're being highly dismissive about some of the points, right? Which is okay if you want to stay in the same mixing bowl we've been in. But what about what Sway said, though? Kev, your mic, you got an echo and all that shit, but I know you wanted to get in on this. But I think what Sway said, we need to kind of maybe dive more into that. But Kev, what were you trying to say, Kev? Because your mic is like, you got a little bit of an echo.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I'm going to get off because I do know I have an echo. It's just because of the room I'm in. Some of the questions that you guys are asking are actually answering the points that we were making earlier. We will, men that are providing properly, we will take you from your father's household. We'd rather you come from your father's household with less experience in the world, not having lived on your own and all this other kinds of stuff, rather than take a woman who done went out there, made herself independent and got the bag and all this other stuff. Because that comes with so many other things. You've had so many other experiences. And to Hamp's point, we don't want to take you somewhere and it's like, oh yeah, I've been here before. I did this before. I've been to Ruth Chris before. I did this. I'd rather date someone that's coming from up under her father's tutelage, who hasn't taken her all over the place, that I can take her and show her things and let her view life through my eyes, let her view life through what I'm showing her, and then she will learn what it is that I desire, and then we become a team. That's just generally what men desire. It doesn't matter if you're older or younger. That's what we desire. That's really what we desire. You know,
you just said that, it sounds like her thoughts become your thoughts, her desires become your desires, but she can't have her own desires, and she can't. Of
course,
travel.
you can have it. You can have your own desires, but all our choices come with consequences or rewards. It's up to you.
But what if you haven't experienced everything in life and gone places? So now it's like she has to experience it through your lens, like only you, like you are the end all be all.
Listen, if you've had a bunch of experiences, we're not knocking you for your experiences. It's just not what we would choose to be with. That's all. We would choose a woman of the same caliber, same age, same everything, but with less experience.
So can I read the super
We would. We would do that.
You moved it already. I was reading the super chat. It was up to $2 one. All right, thank you, Will, for the $2 super chat at row your boat. Are you suggesting that women are for sale?
No, I'm suggesting that you need to pick your women based off of what your standards are. And if she comes from a family that has traveled the world, taken vacations every year, and did all these things, you are going to have to figure out if you are picking her based off of what you want her to do or based off of what she's used to. And that's
Okay,
your
so let me answer that. Okay, I make pretty good money. I make more money than 90% of the men on the planet. All right. I would not choose to date a woman that's been everywhere. I would not date a woman that came from a family that been everywhere. I just wouldn't do it. The expectations are astronomical. It's incredibly insane, and I'm just not going to get back what I desire from that deal. Somebody else is going to have to do that.
Kevin, are you married right now? Are you married currently?
No.
Are you dating currently?
Yes.
Okay. So the woman that you're currently dating, how did you choose her?
I'd known her for quite a while. We're from the same hometown, and it's kind of like the situation with Nina, where we knew each other, but I wasn't in the friend zone with her. And when we did decide to date, there was enough of what I could pour into her so she could become the type of woman that I desired, and it flowed. And she and I are similar ages, so she's not necessarily younger. But I know, like, if me and her did not make it, I would definitely date a younger woman.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead.
I was able to take her places and show her experiences, and we travel and show her and do things with her that she's never done before.
And it looks like you're older. So she's around your age.
I'm only 3 years older than her, so we're similar ages. But I took her to Vegas a few months ago. She'd never been to Vegas. That was great that I was able to take her someplace. I had never been either, but it was valuable to me that she had never been, and I got to have that first experience for her with me.
What other values does she have that align with yours? And why aren't you guys married yet?
Okay, now we're talking about education. She's very intelligent. She's a great business partner, and I can honestly say because of her intelligence, her the way that she organizes, she makes it possible for my business to have grown the way that it has. So her education was a utilization for me. I'm not going back and forth with her like she's got this job, I got this job, I'm trying to measure up to her or nothing like that. She works for me. She works for me, and my business has grown. So she is a beneficiary of us working together, and she lives a lifestyle that she would not have able to have afforded unless she had done that with me or with somebody similar.
And because you guys are so equally yoked and so aligned, why aren't you guys married yet?
I'd have to ask her that question. Because I desire marriage. And I don't want to answer for her if she's not here.
Why would you have to ask her that question?
Thank you. Good question.
No. I don't want to answer for her and she's not here to defend herself.
Well, I guess
but we control access to marriage, though.
Huh? No.
Yeah.
I've asked.
And she said no.
No, she didn't say no. She didn't say no, but there were some other obstacles.
She said maybe.
There were some other obstacles.
Now we get into it.
You gotta call her.
Okay.
There were some other options for her or for you.
Obstacles.
For her, not
Obstacles.
for me. I don't have any.
Did
I
you
don't
cheat
have
on
any
her, Cat?
options.
What's the
Oh,
obstacle?
damn, man.
Hold on.
You
Let
gotta put him in the
him
bathroom.
bombard him.
No, I didn't
Bombard
cheat
him.
on her. I don't cheat on women.
Okay.
I don't cheat on women. One woman at a time for me. I don't
Kev,
need two women.
that threw us off though. Why do we have to ask
ahead.
her for why y'all aren't married though? That's different to me. I don't like it.
Okay. I don't like
So
it.
why?
I don't like it either. Go ahead.
You need me to come up there?
No.
Man, let me ask a real question. So, Kevin, I'm gonna ask a real question.
Wait, Sway up next. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real quick. I know how to be concise. So,
You
Kevin,
don't.
the fact that she said no to your marriage proposal, is that a deal breaker? Because obviously you honor marriage and you value it.
She did it. She didn't say no. She accepted. We just have not gotten married yet.
You engaged?
That's a different answer. You just
Yeah.
gave. Okay.
Okay, all right. That's
Why'd you
that
just
makes
say
me
that?
feel better.
Why'd you just say that then?
Yeah.
That sounds not.
I personally would go to the courthouse and get married, but she wants to do all this other stuff. So,
all right, that's different.
That's an obstacle, and it sounds different. Story is changing,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna leave you alone because
You talking about weddings?
It sounds.
Yeah, it would have been. She said yes, and we're engaged. If that's the case, there wouldn't be no obstacles. It's say yes or no. She said yes. She said no. If you engaged, she said yes.
For me, it's just I would have been like, let's go to the courthouse and we can do this whole wedding and the wedding party and all this other stuff later on for the family because that's just a show, But she's more interested in that than I.
And then you know what, you know what makes it fair? Because you asked him why he isn't married yet. So his answer it makes more sense. All right.
He said you got to ask her. No, him. We're not saving him
for being married, but when he said like we skip past was he engaged and all that shit.
We're not doing that. We're not saving
what
him.
I'm saying is if she's trying to do a big wedding, that shit take time.
We'll say that then.
But
Not
I said that she say no.
No. He said obstacles. He said first of all, he said ask her why we ain't married. Then he said there's other obstacles. And he starts stuttering and backpedaling like he played for the 49ers.
I should have gave a more concise answer. So I'll take the heat for that.
You know what it is, Kevin. Don't do that.
Ladies up here, man. You can't give them an open.
Sway.
I'm also frustrated that I'm not married yet.
You sound like it.
Respectfully, that's crazy because if it were me, I would have been like, let's go to City Hall and get married later. But that's just me. Respectfully.
Sway, what's popping?
Ladies, would you rather talk about most men or the men most women want? Because that's where I just want to go where my direction, my questioning and stuff. I don't want to talk about most men or just most men that y'all want. Where do y'all want to go?
Let's do the most men that we want since y'all know what we want.
Okay. So I think most men that you guys want, the things that you guys think is something to be propagated is standard for them. Most of the women they date or deal with have that across the board. They are more likely educated. They more likely pay their own bills. They more likely have their own car. They more likely have their own spot. It's pretty just standard. Certain requirements from those type of men are going to be above the average men because they don't feel like they're average. Like most women, they don't feel like they're average. And if they actually aren't average, they're going to ask for above average things. So those men that y'all want, most women, they're going to require above average things when a lot of the stuff you guys bring are standard for them. And you think that there's something to be propagated, but for them, you guys are a dime a dozen. And that's not to be an offend you guys. This is just like how I'm seeing it. I'm in a relationship.
Please give it
in a sense of what?
No,
like
give an example of what we consider. Wait, hold on. Excuse me. Wait. I'm asking a question. Please give an example of what we believe is standard, but it's above average. Like, can you give concrete? Like we think standard. I don't want to be esoteric. So can you say it again?
He did though.
Maybe I missed it. I'm honestly like, tell me what we think is above.
So
like, tell me that
he ran down the list. He ran down the list like what Nina was saying. I got my own car, my own house. I got a degree. I pay my own bills. That's regular shit for the men that most women want. Go ahead, Sweat.
That we have. Wait, okay. Wait, that's not even understanding that what we're offering is got our own house, our own job, our own stuff. That's standard. You're saying, right? No, I'm sorry.
For those men, that's what comes across their table a lot.
Oh, okay. We're Dama does it in that way. Okay.
Yeah.
But what they really want
that's
is
why I asked you if you want to talk about most men or do you want to talk about most men y'all want? Because most men y'all want is a smaller amount. It's not going to be the majority of men.
And what do they really want? And what do they really want?
Who really want? The men?
Yeah, the one that we want. Yeah.
They're going to want a bunch of things. I mean, like I said, those guys typically going to want somebody on their program and they want to basically do whatever they say. They're not necessarily super lenient. They can be if you get a nice, kind-hearted guy. But if you want some guy who's firm and stands toe ting down on what he believes, he has a program and he just wants you to get on board. He doesn't really, want you to be. I don't know. I really can't think for the men because the men are typically the difference between men is we don't have hive minds. And those guys don't go with the flow or they wouldn't be them. So I can't necessarily tell you what each of them want, but I could tell you what the standards are and you would just have to talk to them and ask them what they want. I really couldn't. As much as I would like to tell you what those guys want, I'm not one of them. I don't make 6 figures plus and have a whole bunch of, educated women throwing themselves at me and just going through that. But just from my assumption, a lot of the stuff you guys say that should be, praise is standard for them and they're asking for more. And that's why you're not getting picked. And whatever the women are getting picked are giving them what they want. I don't know. You got to ask those women.
I don't think a 6-figure guy is what we want.
It's not necessarily about the 6 figures, more so about the lifestyle.
Or even in that lifestyle. Traits. Even in that lifestyle, because it's so demanding. I don't think a lot of women would. What you're saying that we have is the standard. I don't think we want that. I don't believe that we want that. I thought you were going to talk on like height.
Well, I'm talking about the men's standards, not the female standards.
No, I'm saying you said that there was a standard type. We usually can do the same things that Nina said. We can pay our bills. We have our own car. We have our own house, blah, blah, blah. And we desire a 6-figure man that's in a high capacity job level where I don't think that's a standard thing.
No, I just said that's what most women want an above average man, just through and through. I didn't say that the 6-figure or the one that pays their job or do this. I'm just saying across the board, most women want an above average man.
I do not think that most women want an above average man. I think that.
Oh my God!
What I mean by above average is above average, Dana, is the 6 figures, the high capacity jobs. You want a 6-figure? You might want that. I don't know.
You're losing me.
I don't know because I don't think that most women. Because if we're making our own money, I don't think that we want.
I gotta steer. All right, now y'all done forced me to steer this shit better now. All right, Ro, you know good and goddamn well you're not shooting for no things average or under average. When I told y'all was average, y'all was taken aback.
I didn't say that. I said that I was. I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm above average.
When I told you y'all was average.
Yep, I ain't no
y'all want above average men. Even if we just, to Sway's point, if you go to men over 5'11", that's only 15% of the population. Women prefer taller men.
By the way.
Honestly, at this point, I just need someone that
I'm just saying, like, just me being black as 6'1" makes me like 10%.
10%, exactly. Right?
And that's straight. That's me not being gay. Whatever income bracket I am, whatever state I'm in, like it's just
10%. Yeah, real shit. So yeah, you do want above. So what he's saying is those men are gonna they're gonna have a lot of demands because they have a lot of options.
I was asking him what were the standards. What we asked him.
I'm just saying I could break down if we go by height alone. He just said 5'11", right? Yeah, just to say 5'11". That's 13%. That's not if he's straight or gay. That's not his weight. That's not his income bracket. That's not his race. That's not his personality type. That's not his stroke game. That's not none of that. That's not his background, education, nothing. That's just height. And we say that the men y'all want aren't above average. I'm telling you, if I was to break down in the numbers, They are.
That's why I was asking you, what is above average? If you're only talking about height, yes. Then yes. If a female wants a 6 foot and taller man, then yes, that's above average. If he makes 6 figures, that's above average. That's not like that's
Bro,
not
are you
standard.
dating a man making $40,000 a year?
I would.
Stop. See, I'm about to put you in the back.
No, I'm serious. I would.
Come on, man.
See, that's the.
I'm calling cap on my cousin. I'm calling cap on my cousin. I love her.
Because let's stay on what Sway is saying, because that's average. 40K is average. You're not doing that. That's why Dana hit you with a honey bun when you start talking that bullshit. Hey, Sway, keep going. Let me just read a couple super chat. John the Baptist with a $5 super chat. It's not the man's job. Sway's kicking y'all ass too. It's not the man's job to provide a woman with the woman the same life her father gave her. It's a woman's job to adapt to his provision.
No, sir. Stop spreading those falsified lies.
Kevin, Mr. Kev was popping with the $5 super chat. Rose speaks on assortative mating, social class dating, and marriage. It's a real thing. Women use their father's provisioning, might not be happy with less.
Very true. Very true.
I think that might be true. Kevin C with the $2 super chat. My man Kevin's on the hot seat. Stay strong. He got on hot seat with everybody too when he said what he said. But that nigga, he got the worst Metro PCS I've ever seen in my life, man. Mike Brown with the $2 super chat. Roof Chris every Friday is average. John the Baptist with the $5. Ro, you just said he has to provide equal or better than your dad. Go ahead, Sway. I don't know what Sway was saying.
Can I just say some of us have very, for me personally, I don't need somebody to make 6 figures. I just need somebody to be able to take care of themselves. And, when we come together, we can put what we have together.
Nina.
Yes.
Now, there's a place in DC called Southeast. It's still under being gentrified. There's a neighborhood known as Simple City that's 51st Street. You can get an apartment over there for $700 a month. And you can get food, right, from the Safeway or the 7-Eleven and eat those taquitos, right? And you can take care of yourself, quote unquote. Is that what you mean?
No.
Okay, then. I don't want to hit. Nah, Playboy. You up here now, sweetheart. Bathroom. You look, I don't got my keyboard.
I've been living on my own.
No, don't put me in the bathroom.
So I'm gonna be real. So
be real. Sway on your ass. Go ahead.
He's really not, because he still really answered my question. But I'm gonna not even go over.
He didn't even go yet. Yeah, look. Yeah. Go ahead.
Gassing him because we ready for the smoke. It's late too, but anyway,
I'm not coming this in bad faith or trying to give y'all.
So,
smoke.
like I was saying,
it's me gassing it up. That's all. Go ahead.
I want a man that has what I have or more. And let's be very honest with you. And I'm saying that because if I want to go on a vacation and he says, I ain't got it, I work hard. When I want to go on vacation, I want to go on vacation. And that would be problematic for me. And I'm being really honest.
Why can't you just pay for it?
Excuse me?
I mean, because if the man...
No, I didn't hear your question. I didn't hear your question.
Why can't you pay for it?
Why can't he pay for it? I pay for it.
You.
I could pay for a couple. Do you want me to answer the question or not, Bravado?
Yes, go ahead.
I can pay for a couple. Yeah, I mean, why not? But I'm not gonna pay for all of them. I'm not.
Fair enough.
So if he can't go on vacation, that's a problem. If I want to go out to eat at True Lux, or I want to go eat at Del Frisco or something else like that, because I have good taste in food. I'm a foodie. And he says, I ain't got it. I don't want to do it every day. I mean, I got to do it once a week. But when I want to do it, I want to do it.
Can you do it? Would you mind doing it on the 15th? Because he got to pay rent on the 1st.
Listen, as long as we do it, child support be a problem for me. I'll be very honest. I got a problem anyway. That's a whole other topic for a different day. But yes, as long as we can do it. I'm not hard in that way, but if he always ain't got it, that's a problem. If he got to wait, if I say, let's go this Wednesday to Puerto Rico real quick. Well, I got to pay this, I got to pay that, or we got to do this. Can we do it on the 15th? let's plan around this time next month. No problem. The answer is no problem. I can wait. I'm not that demanding. But if it's always we can't, I ain't got it, that's the problem I'm talking about.
Go ahead, Sway.
Are you wanting to go Dutch on everything?
No.
So why not just worry about
what are you confused about?
My question has always been, why not just worry about getting a man that can provide instead of trying to match his level of...
I just said that. I just said literally. So you're not listening. Okay.
No, but it's
man
you
has
said
what I
equally,
have and more is what I said.
I get it. I understand that, but it's not necessarily about your half. It's just about being able to provide a lifestyle. So I'm just saying, worry about getting that man who can provide that lifestyle, and it didn't. Your money and income throughout your whole life and your degree never really mattered. Because you always wanted this guy who can provide this set of lifestyle. If you get that guy, regardless of, you can have all those other things, but you can have that as a priority. You worry about the other things in the back burner because you know that's the priority for your life. Just get that and worry about everything else. My point is that the equally yoked thing has never really made sense to me, that you think that you making an equal amount of income in him is going to like make him want to be with you.
I didn't say who said that.
I don't think she's saying that. I think that she's saying that she's accustomed to a certain lifestyle that she's created for herself. And she doesn't want to be with anyone who she would have to compromise that lifestyle for.
That's fine. That's fine.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, love, but I think that's
no, you're absolutely right. Okay. You're absolutely right, Dana. That's sometimes
I don't have a problem with that. My thing has always been that where women put their energy to. If it's always been about a man being able to provide a certain lifestyle, then you should have put all your energy into trying to understand what that man wants and just getting him, like the other women who do get them. And you wouldn't be worrying about if he can or if he can't. You would just have him.
And this is the
thing. So my statement was regarding to what Ro was saying about, or Hamp saying 40,000 a year. That was my point. I was saying let's be real about that. So I'm not saying I only want a man. Like I hate when stuff gets separated and comprehension is not made with connecting the dots. I was addressing what Hamp said. I said it right afterwards. I never said. Oh, okay. They left. I never said I'm only looking for a man that can do this. It's a holistic vision for me. I was merely addressing the point. I don't want a man that makes $40,000. Yeah. That's it.
That's okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead. Okay. Then I gotta get beans in. Go ahead.
Okay. So what Love is saying, I completely understand it. This is the issue that Kevin's saying, just to hit home a lot with a lot of our women, our top 7% women. Meaning, if you only 7% of our women earn above $70,000 a year. Once our women hit that financial benchmark, when the vast majority of the men that are out here in the dating pool are actually making 45, which is average, he talks about pricing yourself out of the dating market. And so the issue is, our women are not willing to forego that, that financial security in lieu of the quality of the man. My father raised a family of 6 on $45,000 a year, and he's a multimillionaire now. But I'm just saying, we get really wrapped up in a lot of times with the financial stuff, and we'll pass over qualified, quality, capable character guys over the money. Not everybody in our community makes that kind of money. 8% of black men make over $100,000 a year.
It's funny.
Most of our women only make $35,000 a year. So we're having this money talk when most of us don't even meet that threshold. Only a small select few of us. So we're competing for very small numbers of people. If we're talking about it from a lifestyle and a financial standpoint.
45,000 raising 6 kids. Where's y'all living at?
He lives in St. Louis, Missouri. Yes.
Yeah, Beirut.
Yeah, no, he lives in St. Louis. Well, that doesn't mean that was his salary. That was his salary with his wife, and they had small children. They had a very meager, until he got other skills and started making outside money. And then eventually, when my sisters, when they became teenagers, she went into the workforce and she started helping. And then they got on a financial plan for retirement, which is where they are now. But a lot of us are now at this age where we're not even able to get somebody to build with because we're too far along down the process. This is men and this is men too. You know, this is where I talk to. Sometimes I have to talk to men, and I know people. A lot of women get surprised when I tell a lot of the brothers, if you are a man right now that is single, you're not going to get if you want a black woman, you're not getting one without a child. You just got to figure out how to pick the best woman that you can work with that has a child. It's just not happening. You know, because a lot of most men are not going to go out and get these 20-year-old girls. That's not happening unless you're like uber rich, and that's not what the majority of us are. I happen to be in the top 8%. I don't want no young girl. I don't. And so any woman that I'm with, like the current woman I'm with, she's a single mother. And by the way, love, I found her when she was down bad, living on her mother's couch. But it had everything to do with the quality of woman she was. I want us to win. I want us to win, and I want us to realign, you know, how we see each other and what's important. Lifestyle's all good and fun. I work in the medical field. Lifestyle's all fun and good until you sitting up there on your deathbed, and I'm in the hospital, and over 45% of the patients that are dying alone are women that share my reflection. And no one's coming to see them. No one's coming to check on them. And they got to wait for a guy like me to advocate for medical care because the Caucasians in the system don't care. But we're sitting up here. Our generation is going to be that. We're going to be a bunch of single men and women with nobody to advocate for us because we decided that this fight was more important than trying to figure out a way to get together.
I got a question. Bravado, I understand your sentiment, and I think that the latter part of your statement makes sense. But what I don't understand is how is it that in one breath, and I'm not talking about you specifically, but just the discussion on the panel tonight, how is it that in one breath men can say, we don't want you to experience the things without us. We want to be able to show you things. We want to be able to bring you into our fold, into our world, and provide for you. We don't care about the jobs that you have or the degrees that you have, the money that you make. But then in the very next breath, you know, you're overlooking the guys who only make $45,000. You're overlooking some quality men who maybe just haven't, you know, had a chance in life or whatever. I don't know. But it can't be both. It's like, is it Uchiwali or is it one mic? Because it can't be both. You can't provide for me and my lifestyle and you making $45,000 a year. You can barely take care of your goddamn self.
Miss Dana, let me repeat. Let me go back to that. That's a fair question. I'm not going to sit there and say that's not a fair question.
It's not.
Yes, hold on a second, Mr. Benzie. Yes, it is a fair question. It's a fair question given her worldview. But men's worldview, I'm looking at the total population. And the vast majority of us, I don't care if you're a man or a woman, the vast majority of Black people do not make $50,000 a year. That's going to that requires us to be together. So for a woman to come to a man that's making $35,000 to $37,000 a year and say you got to provide for everything, that's not realistic because it's going to take two. We're the only culture that's out here doing this crap. White folk go out there. White folks, the average white person, when you combine the white man and the white woman, their average income is about $60,000 a year. Your Black man makes average $45,000 a year. He makes yes, and if you bring your $35,000 a year, we out earn white families, but we won't get together because we're worried about a lifestyle and not a character. Lifestyle's important, but for us, we've gotten to the age where a lot of our women have out earned the building together type of guy. You know, a lot of our women start, especially in the last, I would say, 10 years, have really started, you know, their earning trajectory still is starting to increase. But just because that earning trajectory has increased, the vast majority of us are still earning under $50,000 a year.
So where do you live? What network? Market are you in?
I'm in the Midwest.
You still in St. Louis?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, and I mean, and the numbers are going to vary from region to region because if you live in New York, you ain't renting a hotel with $40,000. I'm just saying. But the middle of the country is where most of us actually live at. And yes, men want to be able to provide, but a lot of guys, I would say sometimes that's aspirational in thinking. Me, I can take a whole woman into the house and provide for her because of my level of income that I've worked hard for. But guess what? She's also not going to get from me though. She's not going to get the volume of time that she wants because I put in 18 to 20 hours a day.
Bravado.
Yes, sir.
I respectfully disagree with you when you say that was a good question, because it wasn't.
I said
it was
fair.
Disingenuous at best, because it's a conflation of men. And this is what happens all too often when we want to do ad hominem commentary instead of speaking realistically, right? The average dude making 45K is not saying, I'm not going to date a girl if she's ever been to Paris. She's not doing that.
Right.
Okay, so that's the point. The men who are saying that are a specific demographic of men who have the option to date women that are so young that they can lack that kind of experience. So those are the men who are speaking like that. So it's disingenuous, right? When you've already stated that the average black man makes 45K, he ain't thinking about that. He working second shift at the plant, pissed off because when he go in, it's late, it's daylight, and when he get out, it's nighttime.
Were you here for the first part of the conversation?
All right.
Were you here for the first part of the conversation?
I was. Nina.
Oh, okay. All right.
I want to ask you a question, Nina.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you believe that a lot of black men today hate women, hate black women.
It seems that way.
And because of, and you said you think it's primarily because of the manosphere. I want to ask you, at what age do you think these black men start hating black women?
I would say a lot of the men that seem to hate women, they probably have issues with their mom. They probably, have some childhood trauma. They hate their mom. And then in turn, they also hate black women. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to get back at their mom through how they treat women. I can't really say, what age it probably occurred, but I would say probably back in childhood, they had some issues with their mom. They were never dealt with, and it, translated into their relationships with women.
I really appreciate you. You couldn't give me an answer on the age, but you went exactly where I was going. And by you saying that, then you just disqualified your own statement about the manosphere. You can't blame the manosphere. You can't blame something that's been around for a few years when you're acknowledging that these men are bringing trauma from their childhood. So again, that's the women are a problem. Right?
I feel like the manosphere kind of perpetuates that toxicity, though. It seems like
perpetuate what toxicity would that be?
I feel like the manosphere kind of promotes unhealthy behaviors like within men. I feel like the manosphere is always really bashing.
Give me an example really quickly.
Okay, let me see. I don't want to say the name of the podcast because I'm not trying to be messy, but there's a podcast where
I like to know, man. I want to know. When I watch it, I get perspective.
It's the podcast with the light skinned dude and the dark skinned dude, and they invite a lot of women.
Act like there's no fresh and fit name.
No, I swear, I wasn't sure. I was like, I wanted to say fresh and fit. I wanted to say fresh and fit, but I was like,
what's the example?
Because I don't watch it regularly, so I was like, is it that? No, but the Fresh and Fit podcast. Okay, I feel like I kind of don't know if they say a lot of salacious things like for clicks and views, or if they actually believe some of the toxic things that they put out. They kind of make it seem like there's not a lot of good women left out here. They kind of make it seem like, again, I don't watch it on an avid basis, but the episodes that I've seen, due to clickbait, they just make it seem like most women are thoughts or don't have anything going for themselves, or, like most women aren't bringing anything to the table when you have women that are bringing nothing but, a healthy mindset to the table, understanding, patience.
Okay, let's address that. Let's address that really quickly. What you did. The two things that you just named are The two things you just named were thoughts, right, and not bringing anything to the table, right? So the sisters up top said, one of them said they would, but then it was called cap when she said she would date a guy who was making average money. The other two sisters said they not going, right?
I said 40,000. So let's be clear, where we live at makes a difference.
Okay, so
that don't make a difference.
Love, love. So wait a minute, hold on, Sway. So love, are you telling me that you make 40K a year?
What I'm saying, geography matters.
Okay, so you make
40,000 in both. 40,000 in the DMV is below average.
Okay, so you make 40K a year?
Yes.
Okay. So because she did say she would date someone who makes as much as her. So I'll give her that, right? But we both know, right, that what the average woman thinks of 40K, 45K is nothing. But the average black woman don't even make that. So if they arguing that you're not bringing much to the table, that is a generality statement. It's not about those who are bringing it. We know those women exist. What about virginity? Would you say that most women are bringing virginity into marriage?
I don't really know if most men today want somebody that's a virgin, unless they're traditional.
Just really quickly, do you think most? I'm not trying to argue about whether or not it's right or wrong.
I'm just gonna say no.
Okay, so right, if we know the average black woman gets married at 30, right? Average black woman has her first child at 22. So when you're coming into marriage at 30, I think it's safe to say you've had a few partners. So that in generality, right, leans towards the thought. Now, I'm not saying you're a thought just because you had some sex partners.
Oh, yeah, definitely not.
Arguing for it. But I'm just saying it leans towards the commentary, because not only that, they don't say thought either. But I'm going to let you have that just because I'm not trying to argue with you on for semantics. But I'm just saying it leans towards the commentary when we look at it. So it's like if I'm on a panel with women and they're discussing men being violent towards women, I will never hit the panel and say, all men ain't violent. You see how stupid that sounds? Because I know there are men who are violent, and whether or not it's all of them or not, or even if it's not the majority of them, it's enough of them that it matters, right? So there's enough women who meet that standard that they talk about that it matters. And you know how we know it matters? Because you can see the effect it has on the children, right? My platform is about getting people to accept that no matter where you meet a person at in life, 18, 25, 32, 45, they have a life, they have experience that brought them to that point, right? And when you tend to understand people, it's very hard to hate them afterwards. You tend to be more empathetic. So I came to YouTube because I wanted women to understand men. And then I realized, like you said, it's a lot of men on here with a lot of vitriol for women. And I started realizing maybe I need to be the voice for men understanding women, right? It was a point that was made earlier that I just want to hit on really quickly. And then any questions you all might have, I'm willing to address. Men, I think it is behooving to us to understand, right, that for a woman, when she hits 12 years old and she develops breasts and a buttocks, and she goes from being just one of the kids to now every man in her life is trying to screw her. The teachers, her cousins, everybody poking. I've interviewed 8 women because I'm doing a documentary. I've interviewed 8 women, and they talk about how the hugs is different from your own family members. They hug you a little bit long and a little bit tighter, and they making all these comments towards you. It gotta be hard to navigate life when everybody is trying to sleep with you. I don't care what they saying. And that lends towards the point that Love was making earlier. We tell them that they need to be virgins and that they need to come with a minimum amount of bodies, but at the same time, if they don't sleep with us really quickly, then we out the door. I think that's something that as men, we're going to have a panel with just men and discuss one of these days. And I yield the floor.
I also think that y'all also need to discuss the trauma that you all have. Many of you have sex at an earlier age with the older woman and think that it's okay. And that's not okay either. That is a set of trauma that sets you all off into your emotional atmosphere and how you view women and how you deal with women and how women have dealt with you. That is also, the boys are getting bigger, quicker, taller, muscular, looking like young men at 14 years old. So there's just as many women taking advantage of that process as well. And that needs to be discussed, because what happens is that sets off a chain of events as well, where you guys think you should be always having sex because that's how it started out.
Yeah. I would agree with you, but I think historically we have seen we don't get to have those conversations, because those conversations include talking about women, and not just women, people's mothers.
I agree.
And we are not allowed to talk about people's mothers.
Well, you should. And you should talk about the babysitter and the auntie and the grandmother and a bunch of other women that take advantage of boys.
Yeah.
You get ostracized if you try to hold your mama accountable.
That's a fact.
I said that on my stream the other day about mothers. You cannot challenge mom. You cannot hold her accountable. Because Black women are the heads of the family, she will excommunicate your ass from the family the moment you try to hold her accountable. I mean, that's just kind of what our culture is. I think this is, for us as Blacks, we have a very multi-layered historical, issues that, are more complex than any other culture. But I think there's some basic stuff that I think that we really need to do, because we can't fix everything. I don't think we're going to be able to fix everything, but we can, if people are coming in good faith, start to realign how we value each other and how we look at each other and what we can provide to one another. These expectations that we all have, there might be a little bit out of whack. And we have to understand something for our generation. I tell our men all the time, and I'm not like trying to cap for the women, but our women, they only know what they've been taught and groomed. We're talking almost 3 generations of our women watching women run houses and families, watching them be quote unquote strong, independent, but not really knowing what's going on behind the curtain. They're only seeing the propaganda. And us as men, sometimes we gotta kind of keep that in the back of our mind when we're dealing with our women. Our women need to understand that, you want these high quality of men out here, especially in our generation. Listen, they were all raised by your mothers, by our mothers. You got a problem with manhood today, then you got to take a look at mom. Mom raised the men. So we're doing a lot of blaming, or we have an expectation for. We each have traditional expectations of one another, but none of us have actually been raised in a home of tradition, and we're out here trying to figure this stuff out.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that's what I was about to offer up. Is that, like, the idea is that the man runs the home, but a man runs his home the way a CEO runs his business, right? Like the last job I had, the dude who owned the company, he was never there, right? Like, he wasn't there. There's a supervisor in place, right? And the moms have always ran the homes. Yes, they always worked, but they worked less hours, right? The woman would work 4 or 5 hours a day because she needed to be back home with her kids when they came home from school, right? The men were the one who always worked the 10, 12, 14-hour type shifts. And they did this with very little education. So let's not pretend like dad was coming home helping the kids with algebra, right? We had these conversations. We got to be honest about what it is. There is a very tough assignment for mothers. It's the reason why you're the real MVP when you raise Kevin Durant. And it's really on you when you raise Pookie. Because what your child becomes is a direct. I remember when I was a kid, when my neighbors seen me do certain stuff, they would be like, yo, don't be out here embarrassing your mama like that. Embarrassing your mama like that. You see what I'm saying? Even though they knew I had a dad in the house, it was still, don't be out here embarrassing your mama like that, because they know your behavior will be a direct reflection on your mother. Your dad can teach you how to endure things and have a certain strength. I'm talking about as a boy now. He can teach you how to endure things as a male out here in life. He can teach you things that you can do with your hands to be productive and how to provide for yourself, But when it comes to the type of person you are, if you are sympathetic, empathetic, caring, loving, nurturing, any of that is going to be a direct correlation with your relationship with your mother. So it's a very tough assignment on women. And I think that's the argument for them not having to work. But because it's a full-time job, really, right? But the thing is this: average income in America has always been average income in America. There has never been a time where the average person was making rich money, ever. In 1960, the average black man made $9,900 a year. And now he makes 45. So if I go back to 1960 making my 45, I am the man. Right? But you come back to 2023 and people are telling you, you ain't nothing. And it's like, no, get with me, build with me. Let's get some things. Let's get some index funds. Let's invest in the S&P 500. Let's get some cash value life insurance policies. Let's do some stocks and bonds. Let's get some real estate. Get with me while you're working. Let's put our money together before we start having a slew of kids, build up our network, and then you can take off work and have as many kids as you like.
Will with the $5 super chat. Where does love fall into the entire equation? If relationships are this transactional, how do we expect to cultivate lasting partnerships? Yeah, we didn't talk about anything like that, really. Gary S. for the $10 super chat. Great show, DJ Hamp. Appreciate you, bro. You always here showing wild love and support. I owe you a chopped cheese sandwich or something. Mr. Kevin C. with the $2 super chat. Fresh and Fit used to be okay, but they are trash. But today they are trash, Mr. Kevin C.
What's F and F? What's F and F, Hamp?
Fresh and Fit
podcast.
Oh.
Yeah, look it up. I don't know if you ever watch. I don't watch it that much. One of the guys is from Connecticut. I think my brother used to room with him too in college. No Cupcake Zone podcast with the $2 super chat. Black women love low vibrational thinking. Results are in. No Cupcake Zone podcast with the $2 super chat. Ro, y'all promote Hot Girl Summer. Please explain.
Who said that?
Bravado with the 50 ball. Bravado crazy as hell, man. You can't give niggas no money, man. Shout out the ladies for listening. I think they just sleepy. He might got a point. Real shit, man.
Sleep with our eyes open.
I wanted to I tended to agree with what Beans was saying until Bravado furthered the point about Dana's question. Initially, I'm like, it didn't really resonate with me, but when Bravado acknowledged it and kind of gave a breakdown, I think I wouldn't have done it, but I'm glad he did it, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Because I got something from that. I think there's a couple things that got glossed over when Beans held men accountable, saying we create the whores, but we don't want to marry any whores, right? We want her to have sex in 2 months, but then when we hear about her having sex in just 2 months with somebody else, we like, fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
The schizophrenic mind of a man that I said earlier.
Hold on, I'm about to go through all the points, not just points you like. God damn, I was on the roll. I lost my goddamn train of thought, man. Because I'm trying to keep everything in my head while y'all going. Dana, I think the key point though, when Bean said conflation, I think he was kind of on point with that because he was just addressing the point, or I think Bravado actually made it kind of. You guys are past the point of building with a nigga because you guys are in the top 7%. And then when he brought up Kevin Samuel's point saying you ain't dating nobody that ain't making that money, and that's only 10% of men making that bread, we're even gonna fuck with them. Go ahead, Ro.
I didn't say that. That's why I said 40,000. I'm saying that's why I said I would date somebody with 40,000 because ultimately,
yeah, we're not saying, we saying women though. We know women have a tendency to be hypergamous.
Yeah.
So it's unlikely that you're gonna go down, right? And so when you start making that bread, you eliminate so many men because the average is 45K.
But I think that's moot because from what we've discussed, y'all aren't looking to build with us. Y'all are looking to build yourselves and then bring us into the fold.
But what I'm saying is those men are eliminated regardless because they don't make that money. They don't even have an opportunity. I mean, unless you like bro who don't care.
But there's a reason why though, even though Dana, there's a reason why, right? And the reason why men, I'm gonna tell you something. This was said to me when I was younger. If women wanted illiterate, musty, hairy back, broke, crooked teeth dude, that's what dudes would try to be. That's what dudes would set out to try to be. They would try to be, if that is what women value, that's what dudes would try to get. So the point is, you had a brother on the panel today who said, I would have been married my lady, but she wants something more than what we can do right now. And that's a prime example of that. It's not that men don't want to build with you. It's just that they know you don't want to really build. You don't really want to come in and have to work.
He didn't say that.
That's the thing about our women is that they don't want to have to work. It's a video that I use a lot. And I use it because it's a black lady with a white man. They was together since they were 17 years old. They was together for 5 years before they got married. And then they was together for another 5 years before they had their first kid. Now that's what you call building, right? But unfortunately, we get together, sex immediately, no condoms, baby on the way, we just met last Tuesday. That's the problem, is that we don't give ourselves a chance to build. So now I just met you. We already got babies on the way. And now I need you to hurry up and elevate, nigga, because it's supposed to be on you anyway, because Ephesians 6:4 said, thou shalt provide it. Right? So it's like, that's the problem that we continue to face.
Well, y'all have to choose. You know, if we want to build with you all don't want us to build with you. You want us to follow what you want to do.
Bro, you're talking about a separate kind of guy. Sorry.
This is why I said it was conflation. We keep going. This is why Sway said, do you want me to talk about the average guy or the guys y'all really want? Because the guys y'all really want are the ones who speak like that. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Even if it's
yeah, go ahead.
There are men in these comments right now who are talking about, we don't listen, we don't want to follow. Last week we had one tell us he was the king of his house, like things like that. No, why would I want to be with somebody that says that? Why would I want to be with somebody that's automatically telling me I gotta be submissive? Like that's
why wouldn't you want to?
Wait a minute. Again, you gotta choose. If you only make 45,000 and I make 80,000, I mean,
what does that have to do with our relationship?
My point is, we can build together. But if you are telling me I gotta follow you, you are dismissing the fact that I already come with something financially more than you. So yes.
Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. Can I ask you a question? Give me an example of what following looks like in a relationship.
I'm just telling you what the men say. They want us to follow them.
You just said, why would I want to be submissive when I make more money than you? You just said.
I didn't say you have to follow me. What I said was we need to come together. Well, I said the same thing you just said.
No, you said you wouldn't want to follow him.
I said
you make more money than him.
No, listen very clearly. Don't mix my words up. What I said was,
you did say that
very clearly. What I said was, men are telling us they want us to follow them, but then you telling us that we should come together and work with each other. If you don't allow me to work with you because you want me to follow you, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, Ro, makes sense. Hey, Ro. White men only earn $5,000 more than black men. Their white women have to work right alongside of them, and their white women submit to them.
It's 8, but okay.
And submitting does not mean that a man controlling you, got his foot on your neck, or nothing like that. It just means willful cooperation.
So again,
our women in general, and I know I'm being very general. Our women wants to be the CEO, executive, and owner of everything in the home. But yet, if something goes bump in the night, you want me to go die for you. So if my ultimate job is to go die for you and die for the damn family, why can't I get willful cooperation? What, I got to go make another $5,000 to get that?
What I'm saying, I am not talking about. I'm not. Some of these men are not talking about willful working together, you follow you, cooperation. They are talking about they are the king of their house, and you need to do what I say. And if you don't do what I say, then you got to go. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's just
crazy talk. You're saying
that's just crazy talk. But
no. Wait, stop, Bravo. No, that is not, because she didn't just say that. She was literally reading from the chat. Nobody said you had to go. Right? Here's the thing. Yes, you should follow. Yep, I know my lady, right, makes more money than the person who is the supervisor on her job right now, and she still listens to what they say. So they don't get making more money. Don't have nothing to do with the dynamic of a relationship between a man and a woman. It has zero to do with it, right? Women want to be able to work. Wait a minute. Why is it an issue? Listen, Ro. Wait, Ro. Let me finish.
Because
women want to be able to work the same job.
Why is it an issue for these two up here to say no? They need to have somebody that makes as much as them or more than them. If that's an issue, why is that an issue then?
Bro, I can explain that to you, but if I explain it to you, will you allow me to take it off of those two? Because I don't want to argue with them.
But so here's those are the two that said it.
Oh, it don't matter. They're not the. Can we agree they're not the only two women in the world that say that?
Okay, but
okay. Right now, so two other women outside of Dana and Love have said they want somebody that makes equal amount as them or more. And here's the thing about it: those women don't qualify for it. That's the thing that they don't want to accept. When a man says that your money doesn't matter, it's not a man saying, I don't want you to have any money. What he's saying is, I'm not choosing you off of that. So you could work at Hoochie Burger, or you could be at Bank of America, or you could be a scientist. It's not going to matter to me how much money you make, because I'm not choosing you off of that. But historically, what we have seen is that men of means will pick an absolute beautiful goofy over a woman who is getting to the bag when she is not that attractive, when she is bringing baggage, kids, trauma, expectations, and all of this other stuff with her. They don't want to deal with that. So that's the reason why that is. But what I'm trying to get you to just understand, one simple point is, just because you make more money than me does not determine what my knowledge is, or how formidable my information may be. I may be
and neither does hers either.
Leadership in a relationship on a day-to-day basis. I don't know what y'all think this is, but it's usually, do you want cheese on your eggs? I swear to God, leadership in a relationship on a day-to-day basis is not this big deal. All men are really saying is that when it boils down to it, babe, if I'm saying let's do this, just ride with me on that, regardless of how much money you got. If it don't work out, don't beat me up about it. I'm going to pull us back up. I'm going to get back to it. We're going to find another way to get it done. Yeah. That's it. Not like do what I say or else, but we need our woman to believe in us. When you're young, your mom's nurturing, it's her loving on you, telling you you could do everything, you're going to be successful, you look very handsome every time y'all go to church on Sundays. When you're older, you still want that from your woman.
What did I say a couple weeks ago, ladies and gentlemen? I said that they want a mother. I said this a couple weeks ago.
It's not what he's saying.
Wait, say it again. Say it again. I didn't hear it.
In a sense, Hamp, you want somebody to be an extension of your mother and the attention that you receive that's what I said a couple weeks ago.
Yes, that's true. And it goes both ways. Women want the same thing. You want somebody that's an extension of your father. That's why it's called provision and protection, which is the exact same thing your father gives you. So this isn't strange. This isn't foreign to relationships. This is historically how it has always been. The Bible says, and I'm not a Christian, but the Bible says you leave your mother and father and cling to your wife. That relationship becomes the same thing. It's just a different brand of it. It's still nurturing. It's still love. It's still, leadership. It's still provision, protection. It's still cooking, clean. It's the same thing, but it's just with somebody that you're building your own family and household with. But yes, I would agree with you on that, Ro. Yes, we do.
Ro actually said the opposite.
No, I did not.
Ro said that these men are suffering from like trauma from what they did not get from their moms. And then Sis jumped in and said what Ro said today. And then Ro started nodding and agreeing. I had to call it out. If I need to go get the clip, I can go get the clip.
I said it was either way, Cam. I said either way. Trauma, whether it's trauma or whether it's attention. Whether it's trauma or the good attention that they receive.
But you were saying they weren't getting it, and therefore they're looking for it.
That is true. They are looking for it.
But what I'm saying is that's not the same thing you just said. That's actually what they weren't getting. Now you're saying they want more of what they got.
I said what they weren't getting, and I agreed with Sis that it is also they're looking for what they receive. My point
I know. I'm just telling you, bro. I said what you said. I ain't say what you agree with what Sis said.
I did. I said that if they experience some type of trauma from their mother, they are looking for their female person to either not be that person or whatever the case. Whatever
you didn't. No, you didn't, Ro. Now I know if you amended it, that's cool. But that's not what you said.
Whatever they're missing from their mother, they're looking for it in their wife. They're looking for that type of
hold on. Let me super chat. Hank the basement with the $5 super chat. I'm here to make sure my scenario wife love is good. Shout out to love. I think this is what Bravado was saying. What podcast? I was hoping he landed that word, and he did. The believe word, because that's really what it boils down to. John sent this a while ago. Dana, there are men who will spend their whole life working to provide for a submissive feminine woman. If you give your husband the submission about how Bravado and podcast just said it, and you feminine in the ways in which we see it, like when Hank swooned y'all that day, he was talking with that deep voice. If y'all do those things, that nigga will fucking kill himself for you.
Well, he got to.
But instead, you fight. But bro, can I finish my soliloquy, or are you just gonna talk and not say nothing? Then I gotta say my shit over again.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Good, great. Go ahead and say something that didn't matter. Go ahead, say it again.
I'm tired.
Good.
Well, let me add something in, because with Nina, she's
I wasn't done. You know what? Fuck. Go ahead.
So Nina is beautiful. The men have been going crazy for her in the chat. She's soft. She's feminine. All of this, and she's getting all these accolades, right? She's young, childbearing years, but she's still single. And so men say all of what they want, and she embodies it. And they actually been going crazy about her in the chat. Bravado was giving all types of accolades and praise, but she's still single.
She in Chicago.
That's true.
First of all, let's see that. We gotta stop the Chicago, right? The Chicago slander has to stop, right? At the end of the day, I'm from Chicago. I know a lot of brothers in Chicago. They not like me. They doing pretty well for themselves in life.
Where are they?
And at the end of the day, here's the truth. Here's the truth. At the end of the day, dudes just, they want what they want. And it's okay for you as a woman to just accept the fact that the dude that you want don't want you. That's okay, right? So that you can adjust. That's what men do all the time. So somebody said earlier, right, that men say they don't want whores. Men marry whores all the time. All the time. Ain't nobody out here marrying virgins. I just told you the average black woman get married at 30.
Yeah, we heard.
And we already know how many bodies a black woman usually gonna have around 30. I'm not even gonna say no number. Y'all know what it is. We don't have to pretend we grown. Do we have to pretend for real? We grown.
Okay, so we have to.
I'm not dissing them. I'm saying they ain't nobody's motherfucking virgins.
Let's
right?
I just want to get clarifying. So what you're saying is we have to accept the fact that we can't get the man that we want, and you all have to accept the fact that we don't want broke men that make less than us, right?
We do it. Broke men are okay with you not wanting them.
No. I'm saying that's what you're saying. Basically, Real Bravado was pointing out the fact that the black families are not together because we all each want what we want, and we just need to accept it.
No, what he was saying is that when you look at every other race, the average person in the other race gets with the average person. I see a lot of Mexican and Puerto Rican women with guys, and I'd be like, she could have did better than that, right? But they get with who they get with. They not out here doing all this. You gotta have this much bag, and you gotta be 6 feet tall with a 6-pack, 6 figures, and 12 inches. They not setting these standards up for themselves so early in the game. They already understand that men have to build themselves up. That's the point. So if women want families and marriages and legacy and all this other stuff, then they just have to be willing to build. But I'm saying, don't listen. You can't listen to these quote unquote high value guys. This is the one thing I loved about Kevin Samuels, because he made the distinctions. People always say he spoke for high value men. Yes, but he spoke highly of the average guys, blue collar guys. I remember one time this girl came on there and was like, I don't want no average guy. And he was like, they don't want you either. Yeah. You don't come up here trying to disrespect average earning men, like, because he understands how money works. Average means this is what the majority of people get. So as a woman, when you say, I want to be able to work the same job as a man, and I want to be able to get paid the same as a man, what you have to understand is once you get that, right, you might have the same responsibilities as a man. If you haven't seen Ali Wong, Chinese comedian, stand-up special on Netflix called Don Wong, she talks about how she said, I'm jealous of my male counterparts because now I got money, fame, and success, but the pool of men for me to choose from is smaller. Because she's thinking the same way most of these other women think, well, I'm up here, so I want men up here. But it's like, no, you don't look any better.
I'm sorry. I
120-pound Chinese woman that nobody really wants because you look like a dude.
I've been wanting to say this forever. I don't mean to cut you off, but that doesn't work all the time, because the last guy that I dated and the guy before that, I said I was willing to build with them and they sabotaged it. So that's all I have to add. I don't know. Like Love said, somebody can be everything that you guys are saying that you want, and yet somehow we're still single. So I don't know.
Hey, Nina, there's a really good chance that the guy that actually wants you will be a guy that you might be lukewarm about.
It's not even that. Think about this. When she was naming, I ain't gonna lie, I want to listen to everything. She named one age and she was like, yeah, he was like 27. I'm like, what the hell do you expect from a 27-year-old?
That is true.
With a 27-year-old guy, and it's like a month in and he ain't said, man, I ain't gonna lie, you know, if he don't start talking to you about marriage, families, all this other stuff, that ain't what he on.
He did. It was love
bombing. That's
bombing.
what he's really on. Like, if that's what he's really on.
He mentioned that. He said that he saw myself. He said that I was wife material. He wanted to build with me. He said, but I think it was love bombing, honestly.
What did he do?
He's gone. Right. Do you mean what did he do for a living, or in the relationship?
No. Like, a lot of times, somebody called what I said, corny one time. I said, listen, I can't hear you because your actions are too busy screaming at me. You got to look at what somebody's doing, and I know it's frustrating when you're out here as a lady and you want a quality guy and you're like, look, I thought this guy was quality. I thought this guy was quality. You can't be so. I don't want you to get jaded because of your narrow pool of experiences with the guys, but because you are still relatively young, you might need to go up a couple years in age. You're 34, so you're young, but you ain't that young.
Right, exactly.
So you might need to go up. Your guy might be 38 or 40, who's actually more older. Yeah. So and the lukewarm thing of most of our women just don't want the guy that wants them. They want the guy that they want. And that's a conundrum, I think, a lot of times for our ladies, is the fact that they don't want the guy that wants them. Kevin used to always say, and we don't want to keep bringing up Kevin Samuels, but he used to always tell ladies, your guy is in your friend zone. The dude that you friend zone, that's your husband. And a lot of ladies are like, oh, that's just my friend, or he don't quite get you all as excited as you want to be. But I'm gonna go back to this point, and I'm sitting around looking at us as a group, and we're and as far as the family dynamic is concerned, we are losing horribly. To what we're doing all of this, we have these standards, we have these mindsets, we have these expectations, but to what end? What are we doing with them? What are we doing with them? We got this, I take this stuff pretty seriously. It's not just, I want to address the issues. I want to address the issues to try to at least find a way for us to march and move together. Am I going to be able to change female nature and female hypergamy? Absolutely not. But I'm also looking across the street at my white counterparts, my Hispanic counterparts, and they're not going through this. And we out-earn them jokers. Your average black man out-earns a lot of these other guys. We actually do. We only $5 less than the average white man. And they got the game. They got the game and going with it. They got families. They got relationships. They got legacy. We got a bunch of baby mamas and a bunch of single dudes whining. I tell the ladies all the time, you're hearing all of these guys whine. They're screaming and yelling about this. They're doing it for a reason. They're trying to get your attention. Now there's some guys in the manosphere, I can do without, because they're just out here to trash you. I'm not out here to trash you. I want to resolve the issue. I've come to the conclusion that, if you're a black man, this whole baby mama thing, I know it's hard, but if you're a black man today, you're not going to get a black woman that's not a baby mama. You're just not getting that. The Nitas of the world are, so you got to figure out a way. You got to figure out a way to assess a woman that may have a kid and assess her character and how she can fit into your life and what you can provide to her. And the hard conversation, which is the one I've had, which is the one I'm going through right now, is how do I fold her child into my life in a way that's going to make me comfortable and in a way that's not going to disrupt my home, because that's going to be difficult too.
Really quickly, Bravado. Nina, you see this guy on my picture right now?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about him? And looks wise.
I think he's handsome.
Okay. Well, give him a grade between 1 to 10. Be honest. You don't have to.
I hate grading.
It's okay. Just really quickly. Just really quickly. In the face, head, all that. Is that somebody that you can just see yourself with?
He's attractive.
Girl, stop lying. No, he ain't.
You can't even do it. You can't even do it.
As much as I think Dana is toxic, I love her honesty though, straight up and down. I should have went to Dana anyway. Okay, here's the thing. This is his wife. This woman could pretty much get any man she wanted to damn near, right? She is absolutely beautiful, okay? Absolutely gorgeous, right? Body is incredible. She is the CEO and owner of a trucking company, and he's a doctor. That's how you're supposed to do this, okay? When people talk about building and partnerships, that's what it looked like. It don't look like the dude is putting in 30 hours a day while you sitting at home on the phone talking about, girl, did you see what had happened on Love and Hip Hop last night? Like, no.
Ain't nobody talking like
this
that.
woman went and got with the average looking dude. Now he stay in the gym. He be working out. He be in the gym. But in the face, I'm just saying he ain't all that. Right? But it is what it is. She went and got with somebody that she could build with. That's what I'm saying. Shout out to her. I got a lot of help her.
Did he help her build her business?
So the way the story reads,
I'm so sorry.
The way the story reads, I want to say no, right? I would believe, you made me bet on it, I would say yes. But the way the story reads, they make it seem like she did what she did.
You are absolutely exhausting beings.
You said what?
Yes.
I said you are absolutely exhausting.
You are. You really are.
That's because you don't like the truth.
All right.
One thing I just want to marinate on is, Bravado saying that men gotta come face the facts about getting with single mothers. I don't really champion that, but to Bravado's point, we're gonna be separate if that's one of the what is that called? Non-negotiables. a lot of our women especially are gonna be out here by themselves.
Hemp, it's a numbers game.
Yeah, no, I know, that's what I'm saying.
75% of our women are baby mamas.
Yeah.
That's just it. I mean, there's no way around that. There's 75%. That's everybody. That's almost every woman.
No, you're right, but I'm just saying, but it just seemed like such a raw deal though.
It is a raw deal.
You know? So how do I push that on if it's a raw deal? Not if you got old ass kids.
I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying that we need to champion it. I'm telling guys to accept it.
Yeah, word.
And just because she's a baby mama doesn't mean that there isn't a woman in that class, that in the baby mama class, that you can't find something that you can't work with.
Yeah, I mean that's
and there lies the rub. What I talk about is we got to figure out, we got to figure out how to make a deal with each other. If you just look at the numbers about Black families and legacy, it's essentially over for us. When you got 75% of the women that are single, unmarried, especially in our generation, and you got almost just as many men that are unmarried and by the way, without children. I'm pushing making a deal. Now there's some baby mamas out here that you don't touch with a 10-foot pole, because of her mindset, her behavior, her attitude, the destructive nature that she might bring into your world. But there are women out here that, especially if you're a man in your 30s or in your 40s, there are women out here that maybe have a kid, God forbid 2, but they're quality women. And you got to look at, if you got a woman out here, you got to look at the father, the relationship. There are divorced women out here with children. Those are different quality women.
Yeah.
I'm not championing it. I'm just saying I'm looking at where we are. And the fact of the matter is, being apart means the death of Black culture, or whatever we call Black culture.
Yeah, and that's why
what all I'm saying.
I got you. And that's why I'm trying to think if I can wrap my mind around it to try to if I wanted to perpetuate that message in some way, shape, or form, because I agree we're gonna continue to be disjointed if some of us don't do that. Another thing, Love, you said he gotta make as much as you or more, but we both know that disqualifies a whole lot of men. So how can we wrap our mind around that differently so that maybe those men become more eligible to our women who are high earning?
Is that rhetorical? You want a real answer?
Well, I want an answer if you can give one. I'm thinking if maybe his mindset is going in the right direction.
Yes, it absolutely. Go ahead.
Or maybe you don't need him for money, but more so to be that man that every woman desires. And if he could fulfill that, how much does his money have to matter? I'm just thinking out loud. Go ahead.
Right. And so it's a mindset thing. 1, 2, I was speaking very singularly in that statement. It's a holistic, man is a holistic being. And so he can make, I've said this plenty of times before, he can be making a bunch of money, be a whole asset. So it's all about what else he brings and what else we do together, how we're building, how we're moving together. So it's a holistic thing. But I mean, if he makes a little bit less than me, I don't have a problem with it. Like a little less, but it's just a mindset thing because he could be making more in this trajectory. We could be building together. So it's not a non-negotiable for me. Put it that way.
I ain't talking about a little less. I'm talking about $40,000.
That would be. I mean, I don't think that would work. I said it before too. I don't think that would work with me.
So you couldn't date a school teacher?
Because they don't make 40,000 here in this area.
I'm just saying, but the average salary for a teacher is 40 grand. Yeah.
No, listen to what I'm saying to you. I could date a school teacher in this area that I make 40,000, but I could date a school teacher. Yes, I actually admire that profession. So yes.
Okay. There are more Amazon workers than there are male school teachers. Right. So average the men overwhelmingly, even in our area, that look like us are making 40-45 grand. I mean, it's a lot of. If you look in Northeast, I was looking at it when I was like a ANC. It was only like 25,000 was the average income in Northeast. Like we just think because of the people we around, but people are broke and poor, and it's hard, right? Because the minimum wage is still $15.50, so that's 30. What, 30?
Point, Ham. You made an excellent point, Ham. The people that we're around, the men that I'm around, I'm not around men that make 25,000, 20,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? So that's not my pool. So that's kind of
but that pool is too small though, right? Because we're not linking up yet. So I'm just saying go ahead. Because I mean, we can always say, why not, right? I'm trying to figure out how we can. So I'm looking for the why. So if there's a huge pool, that little ass baby pool you swimming in that go up to your ankles, that you still hot as a motherfucker because you can't dive in that bitch. And it's too many other women in that same pool walking around, y'all bumping into each other. And the niggas is fucking the McDonald's workers. So how do we get in the big pool with the Amazon guys who get up at 5 a.m. and finish their truck at 4 a.m. then they catch another route if they can? How do we get them in a chance at 45K? Are you saying would you be embarrassed? Is that what it is?
I don't think I would be embarrassed. No.
All right, let's role play. All right.
I like role play.
Yeah. So I walk in. It's a networking event. I'm like, oh, hey, how you doing? I like your hair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know it's not that many of us in here, so I like to go to my people first. That's how I get warm. How's everything?
Everything's everything. How are you?
I'm regular. I'm doing the right thing. I noticed you married. Is your husband here?
I'm not married. Am I married in a situation?
A role play, fool. Good God Almighty.
My husband is. I'm sorry. So my husband is. No, he's not here. He's actually working right now.
Oh yeah, what does he do?
He's in IT.
No, he's not in IT. In the role play, you know where the fuck he works at because I just said it.
All right. I'm sorry. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. He's delivering packages for Amazon.
I'm sorry. What?
My man is delivering packages for Amazon.
Wow, look at the time. Okay, well, thank you. I hope you have a good.
Let's be very clear, sir. No, come back, sir, because we're building an empire and we're actually hiring more workers to work under.
What I'm saying is,
but listen.
No. You didn't. It wasn't your idea to do the role play. It was mine. I can stop it when I want. Yo. But you understand that shit don't even flow. I just want you to be serious. Is that something you could really? Hey, Bean. Remember how you said earlier you pick Nina, you shouldn't have picked Nina? I should have picked Dana. We both should have picked Dana. Right, yeah. Cause we know good as goddamn Dana would be like, yeah, he delivering packages right now. That's
yeah. I mean, listen, that's not an accident, right? Dana, you're gonna have to explain to me why I'm exhausted one of these days, but that's not an accident.
Not tonight.
I said one of these days. See what I'm saying? It ain't me, it's y'all. Y'all the problem, but that's not an accident though, him. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, one of the main things that used to get pointed out about men back in the day being able to provide for their families, they did it with very little education. School was never the resource for men, right? And that has stood the test of time to just be true. Men in general don't go to school. I think women make up 68% of all degree students of color, of Black people. I think they make up like 68%. So that's not our thing, right? We not really. I think they call it gross motor skills. We not the sitting class all day for 8-10 hours trying to figure it out type of demographic. We are the ones who go out and experience the world with our hands, and we like to build and destroy it. And so we try to figure out how to get that done. Yeah. So it makes sense that there's more Amazon workers. That actually makes more sense.
Yeah, 100%. Even like the Montessori, right? I think we do a lot better in Montessori because it's more active and interactive. To your point, Beans. Will with the $5 super chat. Dana's facial expressions are hilarious. I agree. I got. Oh shit! Hold on, my bad. Oh, John the Baptist with the $5 super chat. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Proverbs 31 and 10.
In my hymn voice, you don't know the Bible.
Well, that is the right verse. I know I got that one.
If anybody knows this,
you don't know the Bible.
Oh yeah. Well, most of y'all niggas don't know shit about no Bible. That's why I hate when y'all say I swear to God. Don't call him. He ain't coming. You ain't talked to that nigga all week. John the Baptist with the $2 super chat. The best age to marry a woman is 19 to 24.
That ain't
That's
in
John. John. That ain't in
the Jesus mama was 15. I'm just saying.
John the Baptist with the $5 super chat. Real bravado. We cannot afford legally or financially to promote men accepting baby mama culture.
Yeah, don't date a woman in Michigan with baby mama. No, because in Michigan, they're signing child support to guys in relationships with women.
Yeah.
I would not date a girl in Michigan if I was you. Run.
Yes.
Run.
John the Baptist is already married. He's the king of his house. And she better not go to a club because he's going to divorce her.
Jeez Louise, man. Listen, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. It's always classic on Tuesdays. 4 hours, I think we in so far. I saw Chaotic do a 9-hour. I said, yo, he's bugging.
Yeah.
But he don't even be talking.
We do 12-hour streams, dog. What are you talking about?
On the Fight Club shit?
On some of our regular channels. I mean, that's how I grew my channel, was doing 12-hour streams.
Definitely doesn't have a job.
Damn.
Actually, I did have a job, but I quit because I was making so much money on YouTube.
Sure.
Man, well, I need to get there because
Yeah,
hell yeah, good gracious. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, but see, that's all about how much money you need. See, that's the difference, Hal. You know what YouTube take 30% anyway.
Yeah.
If YouTube didn't take that 30%, it would have been a lot nicer.
Oh yeah, that's a fact though. I mean, yeah, man, I need a lot of money, man. I got 6 kids.
Dang.
Yeah, man. I got 4 kids under.
Goddamn Pookie. You Nick Cannon ass Pookie.
Nah, man. I got 2 sets of twins under 2. So
okay, there you go.
Yeah, and I don't even like kids. That's the kicker. They cool though. Listen, man, it's been awesome, man. I appreciate y'all. Nina, I'm proud of you for hitting that link. You the first lady, I think, to ever call in, man.
Thank you, Nina.
Well, thanks for having me.
Good job, Nina.
Nina,
thanks for making me comfortable. I really am shy.
Are you Nina Angelina?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh shit! All right, I was like, all right, just making sure.
I know. I probably look so different because I don't have on any makeup. It's just fresh face. I have on makeup in my pic.
Yeah, the pic is small too. So
we fresh face up here, Nina. You've been good company. We all fresh face in this joint.
I love it.
Nah, Nina did a hell of a job, man. I appreciate you really stepping up. John Baptist
allow us to wear makeup. He told us not to wear makeup on here.
Nah, I didn't say that.
Following his lead.
I just say y'all can't have y'all breasts out and shit. That's y'all problem. Y'all always trying to show some skin. John the Baptist with the $2 super chat. Ro and I married her when she was 19.
He talking about his wife, like I said.
Yeah, you're right.
He didn't say anything I said that was wrong.
Yeah. Please don't argue him now, please. Thank you. But Nina, good job, man. We appreciate you. Bravado as always. Beans as always. I don't really fuck with Jerry Springer, but I do like one of his constructs. Ro, final thought. Y'all stay up here with this.
No, that's Dana.
Oh shit, Dana, y'all look alike. Dana, final thought.
Wasn't ready. At the end of the day, first of all, great discussion, everyone. Thank you so much to all of our guests today. This was a good night. At the end of the day, I think that the most important point is that we all need each other. We all need each other to survive, to build our community, to build our legacy, so on and so forth. And I don't want the onus to always fall on the women to compromise and relax their standards. So if we can all look inward and reevaluate and reassess what's important to us in the long run, I think that we'll be all right.
Word. Beans?
Fellas, get you a Puerto Rican woman.
Bruh.
I promise you can't go wrong, bro. Shout out to Black. No, listen, I'm actually an advocate of being single, man. I think it's okay.
But you got a girlfriend?
To be single. Yeah, we'll see about that. But I think it's okay. Because I do understand one of those people that Ro was talking about earlier. I'm one of them. One of those people who went through just a hell of a lot of stuff as a child, and still to this day, some 30 years later, still trying to work it out. So I think it's okay for people to be single. Just let's try to minimize the amount of kids that we have during that time, and I think we'll be all right. Peace.
Or Ro?
Standards are based on what you can attain. If you want your standards to be where she has to look a certain way, be agreeable, have children, or women, we want the men to be able to provide, be able to be emotionally intelligent. We have to be able to have those things to complement each other.
Or Bravado?
I'm real appreciative of podcasts like this one, because even though there might be disagreement on a lot of things, at least the conversation seems to be genuine about the issues. And I think unless we come to some kind of understanding that we got to make a deal with one another, we're doomed. More doomed than I think we are. But I think platforms like this and the ladies that come up on here, expressing their viewpoint, I think we should take it seriously and do what we can to try to reach some kind of commonality, because we can't continue like this. But good discussion, everyone. Appreciate you. And thanks for letting me come up again.
Word. Nina?
I would say it's okay to have standards and be the best version of yourself. Be yourself so that you can attract your person. And when it's time, it'll happen.
Word. Love?
First of all, I want to say big ups to Nina Angelina for being the first female to come on. Click the link, come on the panel. Appreciate you. Put my stuff in the chat. We can talk later. Secondly, I like to say or address the point that Hamp made about, are men more important than women in the earth? The answer is no. We are equally as important. We need each other. A man can't do what a woman does, and vice versa. We need each other to be complete and to make this world a better place. And lastly, I want to echo the sentiments of Ro. If you want better, then you need to present better and express better.
Yeah, word. Yeah, the word I use is value. But I just want to make some considerations. Maybe do we need to consider single mothers and not single baby mamas? I feel like the connotation is different. Do we need to consider, do we need to make sure that beauty maybe isn't the first thing we look for, and maybe a man's money isn't the thing that's most important? I think if we can bring some of those standards down, because I feel like those are the stereotypical standards, will we find greater success in our relationships? And I'm just saying them out loud because I don't know, but I know that I used to think pretty was number one. And I'll never forget this meme. It said, she ain't all that, but she loyal. And I'm like, damn, that she was ugly as a motherfucker. I'm like, how loyal is she? But regardless, I'm just thinking like, how do we get solutions? That's all. And if men disappeared, if Thanos ever fucking snapped his fingers, this world would be a shithole. It would look like Detroit and the west side of Baltimore. You shitting me? I ain't seen a woman garbage man yet. Fuck out of here. I put so much trash. My bad. It's some final thought. I almost pulled the beans. My bad. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.